Hola.
Good morning. There's more people still arriving. We're very happy to welcome you here today, to the partners of the project. We have also the officers from the Commission, invited guests, the participants from some of our pilots that unfortunately cannot be here all today, but they will be present in our different presentations. Yes, thank you very much for being here today with us, and I'll pass to Rosa, our coordinator.
Thank you, Joana. I have to say that I'm super happy that all of you are here, because I think that we did an amazing job in NEWSERA. It has been a journey through the pandemic and so on, and we managed to increase the number of pilots that a lot of you are here with us during these years, and it has been amazing. So I really want to thank you very much to you all, and also to the consortium partners for the very, very hard work of the last months, because we have produced a lot of results that you will see today, hopefully. And I want to be brief, but I want to do a bit of storytelling. Since we are in science communication, we like chatting, so before we start. And I would like to explain you how everything started, like how NEWSERA was born. And for the ones that don't know me, I'm a chemical engineer. I'm an expert in odor pollution, which is quite a strange thing, I would say. But I was thinking 10 years ago, like how can we include citizens in the monitoring of pollution? And I came up with an idea of an app, which is called Odor Collect, now exists. You can download it, by the way, and use it. But at that time, 10 years ago, I was super naive, and I thought, okay, if I want to include citizens in the monitoring of odor pollution, I just need an app. So let's create an app, and that's it. But you can have the best app in the world, and if you don't have the citizens, it's nothing, no? So that was my second step, like, oh, maybe I need something else. So I started to work with my mixed couple that I call her, Nora. She's an anthropologist and a psychologist, and she knew how to talk to people to get engaged in the project. But then we wanted to have policy impact. For example, in our project, we started the diagnosis, and since odor pollution is an under-regulated issue, we really needed to have this policy impact at different levels, like to address the European Commission, to advocate for a policy framework in Europe and protect European citizens, at the local level, because odor pollution is a local issue, but also the national governments have something to say in the way, because each country works differently. So we needed that, and we didn't know how to talk to policymakers. We also wanted to involve the industries emitting the odors, no? So it was another challenge. And also the other scientists, what about them? They are using different methodologies to measure odors and not citizen science. So how can we convince them that this is useful, no? So this is how the idea of NEWSERA was born. And at that time, I was like feeling really alone. Like, maybe this is only my problem, that I don't know how to communicate with people, no? Like, maybe it's only me, no? But then we started NEWSERA, and we discovered, and I think it's the main finding of the project, that we are not alone. This is a common issue for all citizen science projects. Like, we need to really communicate better with all of our stakeholders. And this is what we try to do. And the pandemic offered us a unique opportunity, because at the beginning, when we wrote the proposal, there were only 5 pilots foreseen in the project. And then we had to change everything to the online format. And I was like, wow, let's do more pilots, yeah! Because we have like, we run a survey that I would just briefly mention in a while. And there was a lot of interest, because this is a common issue. We need to build capacity in science communication, especially in citizen science projects, in science in general, but it's a common need that all these projects share. And there was a lot of interest, so we said, okay, if we don't need to travel, then we can increase the number of pilots. And now we have 39. And I mean, it was very, very nice, but it has been really demanding in terms of analysis of results that we will be presenting today, impact analysis and so on. So at the beginning we were, yay, let's increase it, it's fine. But the most important thing is that we created communities, communities of practice, and it was very nice when the pilots are telling us, oh, we learned so much during NEWSERA, or we felt that we are not alone, or we felt that now we can increase our impact because we reach industries for the first time, for example. So we are really, really happy about the results of the project that we are presenting today. So that's it. That's the little story behind NEWSERA. And I just want to welcome you and also give the floor to Ola so that she can just explain us the point of view from the European Commission. We are very, very happy to have her as policy officer. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Aleksandra Hebda. I'm a European Commission official. I work in the Open Science Unit. I'm a policy assistant. How do I go? Where is my presentation? Ah, okay, so that's very well. So, as Rosa pointed, it is about both science communication and societal engagement. And I know Rosa from the Citizen Science Project, DNOSES, which was extremely successful. And I will come back to this project in my presentation, in a way. But before I start, I wanted to say that I really like this place. It's very nice, and the name Zinek, I don't know if you know what it comes from. It means, in a Belgian kind of culture, it comes from the mixed origin dog, so not a kind of a pure breed dog, but it has a meaning of a people that comes from the mixed origins, and this is a part of a Brussels culture. There's also Zineke Parade when they really celebrate a culture and creativity. And this is a part of the Belgium that I really like the most. So happy to be here. Beautiful place, spectacular location. So I hope we will have a very good meeting. Now to the policy. Why we promote societal engagement in research? Because we really think it can contribute to excellence, to effectiveness, and to the trust, societal trust in science. And I will come back to the issue of trust several times. Why we promote science communication? Because we really think it really increases the transparency. Again, it builds the trust. And it also has to do a lot with the science literacy. So our societies are becoming more scientifically aware. And here there's a small comment about the COVID pandemic that really showed us how crucial was the way how we communicate trust and how we communicate science. And what I wanted to say that now in the European Commission we had such a reflection that during the whole pandemic, the behavioral scientists and social scientists were not present in the discussion. In every television, you had like really fundamental scientists and epidemiologists were invited, while all this social science was kind of ignored. And for us, this understanding what trigger behavioral changes, I think it should be a key element of the debate. Why we promote science? Yeah, this is a definition of a science communication. And I wanted to say that as a commission, we've been heavily criticized several times when we try to make a definition of a term. And it's very often we heard it's not up to you to do a definition. So we try to keep it open and broad frame. And for us, science communication, it also somehow includes also the behavioral change. So this is a definition that was in I think Horizon 2020. This is again from Horizon 2020. Why this is important? Because we've seen two trends. One, that the traditional media are superseded by social media. When you have a user related content being much more present than the traditional media, and also that there is a rapid diffusion. So with the open access, which is another part that my unit is taking care of, citizens should have access to the results. And this is why there is still or even bigger need for a clear and effective communication. I'm working in the directorate that is called European Research Era and Innovation. So I would like to just come back to what is ERA. So ERA is an ambition to create a single market for researchers. Like we have a single market for economy, we would like to do the same for researchers. Now there is a, actually to prepare to this, I dig out again this SWAF's achievement report. So SWAF's was a part science with and for society under Horizon 2020. And I've read this report once again, and congratulations to Ria once again. I mean, I really started to appreciate how it was really, really nicely done. This is again what was on the horizon taking as the Horizon 2020 was more taking stock and re-examining the role, and then what we wanted under Horizon Europe was a further consolidation. And what I put here is from the page 115 from the SWAF's achievement report, when our colleagues, project officers from RIA, went through the whole project, and every time there is whenever there is a project, when there is a grant, there is a midterm review and a final review, and normally they take some kind of a big names, a journalist or academic, as an external evaluator, and those people are very smart, and they paid to do this kind of review and help, and they really are borrowing their brains to us, and they went through this recommendation, what the external evaluators were saying, and then synthesize it. And I think it's really, really useful, and I've read it once again. So you see, it was really about trust in science and about synthesizing the findings, and once again doing a networking efforts. And here I wanted to show you something that was also with the DNOSES project in it. So we have selected, I think 10 or 12, I cannot remember, best societal engagement projects. We were publishing this publication just before the launch of the new calls, because we wanted people to get inspired to see what has been already done. What we do not like in the European Commission, if somebody is reinventing the wheel, you see, proposing us things that were done 2 years ago or 3 years ago. So we say first make a solid search what has been already done, and what we like is innovation. So propose to us something innovative. So this is why on the moment of launching the call, we published this one. Actually, I will be sharing my presentation with you, so please feel free to share it, and those are the clickable links. Yeah? So we published last year in April, so almost 1 year ago, we published this one. And this is a European Commission publication office that has such an offer called Cordis Results Pack. So they go through Cordis and Corda, this databases, and they really they have a journalist who wrote it with us. And I must say that this publication was priced as a very successful one. They say it was very clear language, and in the original offer we got a translation into 6 languages, which we were super happy with, because normally in Brussels we tend to think that everyone speaks English, but the truth is people don't. People would like to read in their own language, and we should remember about this. So they give us this offer to translate it into 6 languages. And then they realized it was so successful, they then provided translation into all official languages, to our surprise. And then they've decided to send it to the all Commission delegation in each country. So I've had a look at the statistics, and it was viewed 700 times, but more than 900 copies were ordered So from the publication office, you can just click and you can order whatever you want and they will send it to you. I'm not saying it's environment friendly, because we would like to go paperless, but they still have this offer. And after this, we repeated the successful experience, and in November last year, we asked them to produce a Cordis results pack on science communication, when all these 8 projects funded under SWAFs, so Science with and for Society, part of the Horizon Europe, were shown. And what I wanted absolutely to show, and what was I think that the best and amazing part was the exemplary collaboration. So really, I must say big thank you and my appreciation to Rosa, how the projects work together. Because I remember from my previous experience, my colleagues from the part, they were having a cluster meetings, and they say that some projects coordinator come to them and really complain and saying, through the 2 years of a project, we felt very much alone. We didn't talk to anyone. We didn't know what the others are doing. And we thought, it's a public money, and there should be and then we wrote this obligation. So this was this additional obligation to really collaborate. And although those people might see each other as a competition for the next call, I think it really pays off. I think competition is this feeling of rivalry is for losers, and I really think that that the collaboration gives really, really great fruits. So in this project, in these 8 projects, amazing things happened. So there was a very good collaboration. There were bigger results that were planned. So more workshops, more conferences. So the results were amazing. And also, this collaboration was really good, and it was like really inspiring each other and helping each other. And we even copy your method in a certain moment, because Rosa explained to us, like they've done during the pandemic, they have to adapt to the online. And we really, as a European Commission, we copy your methodology of things. So it was very good. Here, a very short a reminder what is about science communication in ERA. It's not really called the science communication. It's really about communicating to the wider public. But what I wanted to say, that we absolutely need a solid understanding of science as a tool for science and society, and this is really empowering, and this is a meaningful dialogue and meaningful engagement. I'm here. Yes. What I wanted to see concretely, that under ERA we have this 20 actions agenda, and action 14 is about bringing science closer to citizens. There's a link when you will get a publication. So this again words about create stronger public understanding, and also about education and training. And this is my almost last slide. So I would like to finish a little bit like they finish in a church. There's a parish announcement. So I would like to do the kind of parish announcement. What is coming on in DG Research and Innovation? So the interim evaluation of the Horizon Europe is coming. I think there will be announcement in May, and there will be this very, very high-level group that will be created, and they are looking for really, really big names. It's like in the previous, it was Pascal Lamy. So they are looking for this kind of format. But they say that the group will be, I think, 12 or 15 people, but they want diversity. So they also want somebody young, and they want somebody, from the different perspective. So this group will be created, and this is to help to think about the future. And this is also to kind of to secure the fundings. There are also discussion about the future of framework program 10th, because we are with the 9th now, so we are already starting. So there's this very big kind of, reflection in which direction we are going and how it should be done. I've heard, but this is really informal now, that there will be, that Commissioner wants 5 or 6 conferences in the different member states to reflect about the future. But this is, I don't know. So this was the very first idea. And then I want to share also with you, but I think this is also still not yet confirmed because they are still looking for the budget to secure. But the RNI days are planned to be in October, and it will be held in 2 locations. So one in Brussels, and it should be concentrating around research results, and the other part should be in Bulgaria, in Sofia. And this part should be about widening. So widening is spreading excellence with all these countries. They are not performing so greatly in research. But those info are still to be checked and to be officially announced. I wanted to do you a kind of a spoiler already. What we do with the question? If you have any question, I'm happy to answer. If not, I will be here during the coffee time, so you could. I'm from the Open Science unit, so we should be open. You can come and talk to me with pleasure.
Thank you, Ola. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Applause for Ola. No questions for her at the moment? No? Okay. So let me introduce our next speaker. Just 1 second. Here. I'm very glad that Vita is here with us. She is a policy analyst from the European Science Media Hub, and I'm gonna brief her CV for you. With a background in international law, economics and politics, communication and media, she has more than 15 years of work experience in science policy, project and communication management, roles at the European level, either at EU institutions or in consultancies. Since 2018, she has been heavily involved in the setting up and development of a brand new project of the European Parliament, the European Science Media Hub. The mandate of this hub is to promote equality, knowledge-based science communication by creating a network among policymakers, scientists and media involving science, academia, educational and research entities, journalists and scientists. Before that, Vita worked in the European Commission dealing with open science, researchers' careers and other related topics. So I'm sure your presentation will be super interesting. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. I'll try with this, maybe it doesn't work. No? Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the great presentation, Rosa. You said everything, so I will be just, brief on myself. That's not the point. So I happened to work before in the Aleksandra's unit. Now it's good to see that the Commission is moving on and they're actually dealing open science with science communication. What about the European Science Media Hub? So what I'm representing here is this brand new project. Now it's not so, let's say, brand new. But to make the long story short, we were born in 2019. Have you heard about STOA? STOA is the Panel for the Future on Science and Technology of the European Parliament. This is a peculiar part of the Parliament. It's a mix of several MEPs coming from different committees. All these people are knowledgeable or interested in science and technology. So what we have is that within STOA, we have a unit in the European Parliament, DG EPRS, European Parliamentary Research Service. We thought that there was something missing. So all my colleagues deal constantly with scientists, with policymakers. They deal with all the topics, trying to have a foresight element on what's going on at the level of science and technology and in the different disciplines. But there was something that was missing, and this actually was quite clever because it was even before the pandemic. Two of our members had an idea to bring into the scene the media. So what was missing was the media working actually together with policy makers, scientists and citizens to produce a better quality science communication. So when we were born, it's a very special configuration. We have a specific budget. We are a project inside the parliament. So we are working inside the parliament, inside STOA. And we work with a lot of external people. We have a website that is external to the parliament. So I'm not here to promote the parliament. I'm here to promote a project. It's something a bit, sometimes tricky to understand. I've already had the pleasure to work with some of you. So some of you know us, Elisabetta Tola. And now, the point is that we are working, I like to call them strands of work. We have 4 main strands of work. They're actually the main source of information for the hub. And I'm thinking that I should have actually probably done just a surfing on our webpage. But everything is on our webpage, sciencemediahub.eu. I'll invite you to check what is going on there. So the page is actually our main link to the external life. You will see everything what we do. So what I call knowledge sharing is that we produce content. So first strand of work, we have a web page producing content. What we do is that every week we produce, together with science journalists, science communicators, scientists and policymakers, we produce content in science and technology. We pick a topic, depending on the, what is on the agenda, what is on the news, what is going on, you can imagine with the pandemic, what was really on focus on, and we actually assign to science writers, we have collaborators, to interview 2 experts in the topic, to produce an article with 2 interviews that actually provides us with options. So you read a topic, so the citizens can read the topic and can get different perspectives on the topic via the interviews. So this is the first point. Second point, most of our actually mandate, most of our budget before the pandemic was meant to be devoted to trainings for journalists. Why journalists? Because we thought that young people, notably young people, young journalists, even students, I'll get to that later. Just to provide them opportunities at the European level, we know that we have countries where science communication and science journalism is quite well developed. Notably, Spain, I would say Italy, Germany, the UK, even if it's outside the EU. And we have some other countries like Portugal where actually some science journalists are struggling. So we thought that it would be good not to speak about the rest of Europe, so actually this is the point. We wanted to provide young journalists and students in science communication and journalism in all European countries opportunities to learn. I mean, we actually invite them to events. I will give you a quick overview of our events later. To come here, or either in Brussels or in Strasbourg, or now we also do something in the member states, to listen to experts that we invite, to discuss with them, to really, learn about a topic and to share, also to network among them. This is something that we discovered is very important for these people. To network and, now, for instance, collaborative journalism is much more, on top of that before. So it's really to give them opportunities. And this, it was a bit slowed down for the pandemic. For 3 points, we have a media monitoring intelligence, let's say, part of the project. That is a bit to be developed yet, by the way. I will come to that. And then we do networking. Networking is meant to really bring all these actors of science communication together. So it's not networking like to, just to have a chat, but it's networking with the purpose for all actors, different actors of the scene, to know what the others are doing. Notably here in Brussels, everybody is doing something. Sometimes we don't know what the others are doing in the different institutions. That's a bit tricky. Just to link what Aleksandra correctly said, we actually were born with the idea to fight a bit disinformation that already before the pandemic was taking a bit place, on social media, especially also on traditional media, unfortunately. And the idea was that with the pandemic, we understood even more how important was to trust the communication sources, especially for science, especially for health. That is something that affects our daily life. So what we did, so part of our knowledge sharing strands of work, as I told you, was to produce content. So notably, of course, during the pandemic, we focused on health. we covered a bit, we tried to cover all different aspects of the pandemic. We really wanted to listen to the experts, so we really had a lot of interviews and especially interviews and articles trying to inform in a citizen-friendly way what was going on. It was really tricky. So we covered, of course, the beginning of the pandemic. We covered the vaccines. We covered the treatments of COVID, and we also actually dealt a lot with behavioral aspects of the pandemic, because we wanted to investigate why people were falling into the so-called misinformation trap. So I just brought here some example. I say it again, on the webpage you can browse. You will find, by now we have a lot of content. So it's a lot of links to all different experts, and last but not least, we actually happen to cover also other topics. For instance, we try to promote all the European funded projects that deal with science communication. Notably, we covered the NEWSERA. We covered also other sister and brother projects, I call them, and we hope to cover ENJOI soon and the other ones that are coming. So we try to make, also to raise awareness about what the institutions are doing on science communication for citizens, because by now we also have some citizens public. So just on the events, actually, now there is a revamp on the events. I'm very happy because now we can do again live events, because you can understand that if you want to bring people together, especially young people, maybe online event was not exactly meant to work for us. So we really had a stop. But just to make the long story short, we had a big moment before the pandemic. So we organized some trainings. I put here some of them, but I will just tell you what was the most important one. The most important one was the summer school for young journalists. This is an annual event that we have. So what we do, we have a plan that changes according to our budget, that is flexible, arranged by the parliament. But what is fixed in our plan is this summer school. Summer school is 1 week of workshops, and it's actually addressing very young people from 18 to 30, because they are the ones who maybe need more opportunities to come to Brussels or to Strasbourg. We had the first one in 2019 in Strasbourg, was on AI, because there was a hype on AI at that moment, artificial intelligence. We were already ready in 2020 with the climate change, and Elisabetta Tola, by the way, would have been with me in Strasbourg, but 2020 was a tricky year, so we had to stop. We revamped it again with a short training in a shorter version of the school. In 2021, we went to Strasbourg for the AI event. The AI event is the biggest event of the European Parliament for young people. It's going to happen again this year. I'm telling you because actually now we are going to have a big summer school again in June. So this is just so the next one will be this year in June. It's going to be more generic. Why? Because out of the previous feedbacks that we collected by young people in our trainings, we actually thought that it will be nice to speak about the storytelling aspect in science. So instead of getting a topic, last year we spoke about climate change, 3 years ago we spoke about AI, maybe next year we will speak about, again, climate change, because it's always, interesting. But this year we want to focus on storytelling in science and science communication. So the program will be linked to the European Youth event that will take place in Strasbourg. And we have just selected 90 journalists from all over Europe. I'm very happy because we had 300 applications for 90 candidates, 90 grants, because we actually offer these young people to come to the place that we organized the event this year in Strasbourg, and we reimburse their travel costs. So this is an opportunity that otherwise they could not take. And that's what I call upcoming. This is quite important for us because it's really, we believe that actually the link between media, policy making and citizens are the journalists, the young people, because they will be we will offer to them the opportunity to meet all these different actors. So we have different speakers. We do not only invite, people from the institutions. We invite big names of journalism, big scientists. For instance, in this year's program, we have professors in science communication, to really put them all together and to discuss. Normally the result is that at the end of the 5 days, we are all very tired, but we are all very happy about what we all learned. So this is what's coming next. I already told you. Well, I put already here that we have some other trainings in mind, just to give you give you the flower of how much is how important it is for us to train these people. But this is only part of our activities. For the media monitoring, just to tell you, this is something that seems to be very interesting, but it's a bit tricky to implement, because we currently have some newsletter coming out based on artificial intelligence model of the Joint Research Center. We actually select news based on how news are trending on the social and traditional media. It's a mix. We also launched last year a project on social media listening. Social media listening is something that actually the WHO developed during the pandemic to listen to what the people on social media, as we know, the social media is quite tricky nowadays, what people are talking about. The idea is that listening to what people are talking about, we could anticipate and improve the quality of our communication by targeted. You can understand that maybe being this in the parliament can be a bit tricky, so we have this internal. Our reports are just for internal knowledge at the moment. We plan to relaunch it next year. And at the same time, we are trying to develop also some informative reports that are slightly different, because there are really social media reports giving data, producing data that we have to analyze. But to make them public to the citizens, to make them digestible to the citizens, we will need to go to the report level. And this, we are working on it, because this is quite tricky, with the few resources that we have. We are a very small team. We are very proud of what we do, but we are very small. So last but not least, I'm very proud to say that for the networking part, we also intend how we have been developing. And by now I think we are actually our network is bigger. We have managed to reach different science journalists with the regular collaborations. Our audience has been grown for the webpage. Of course, everything is checked at level of data, also for STOA. And we have been presenting our activities to different international fora. Of course, with a small break on the pandemic or something online. And we have developed, I'm very proud to say, we have developed some good cooperation, notably with the WHO. Now they know that if there is something on health, they come to us. And I don't know what will be next, but we are working in this direction to really, promote the good quality of science communication. I repeat it again because I want to make it clear that we are not promoting the parliament. We are not DigiComm. We are just promoting the quality of science communication. We are quite independent. If there is somebody among you who is interested to work with us, we also have an open call for science journalists, science writers, that we actually produce this content via science writers. We do the editing part, but they are free to interview the experts. It's really a joint cooperation, a joint project to produce this content. And what else? Last but not least, I need to tell you, because victims of our success, we have been asked not to take over my colleagues' work. I have a high self-esteem, but I'm not so high. Let's say that our colleagues started really focusing on the importance of communicating their work. So now, on top of what we do independently from STOA, we also promote on our webpage our regular events. So every week there is a STOA event that is on something. And every week you will see on the webpage of the European Science Media Hub an interview with an expert that will take part in this event. The idea is that also people outside the parliament would know that there is STOA existing, and actually we are trying to promote good, we are trying to produce good content. So that's also something that we are doing. Of course, this depends on the agenda. This is something, so supporting STOA communication activities. So I think with that, I will close it here. I just want to make the point that what is the link between the Science Media Hub and sorry, I think I've been a bit too long, very spontaneous, but the link with citizens is we really believe that working with the journalists will help us to improve the way the communication flow is going. So our mandate is to work with journalists, but our webpage is open to citizens, is open to scientists, and by now I'm very proud to say that we have managed to have a kind of good reputation with all these different stakeholders. It's very important that we keep on working together, and so I'll stop here. I'm very happy if you want to have questions later. I will be here possibly mostly the whole day, so I'm happy to take questions and discuss more. Thank you for the attention. Sorry if I've been a bit long, but okay, I think it was meant. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have time, and you have explained very interesting thing. At least I have some questions, but maybe I can open the floor to the audience if you have any questions for Vita. If not, I can start. Maybe you need some more coffee. Okay. I'm very curious about what you mentioned on this social media mechanism that you are doing to monitor. How does it work? Can you explain?
Thank you for the question. So the social media listening is something that is done by experts. So we have a contract with the external company. The company is called Unisepta. It was previously Marble. They are from the UK because they are the experts on that. I happen to know them via the collaboration with the WHO. So they started, they are data analysts actually. They work by, they are supported by the artificial intelligence in filtering the content. What they do is they try to read data on social media. For instance, we selected, of course, the topics that were relevant to STOA. Notably, we have 5 main topics: climate change, the Green Deal, artificial intelligence, health, and also we have a part of science and society that is a bit transversal. And there was a kind of momentum for academic freedom, that is something a bit special. But we monitor all that. So we have 2 kinds of reports that we can, unfortunately I cannot share them, but I'm going to tell them how they work. And by the way, if you want to really see them, something similar, you can go to the WHO webpage and they have reports on what was going on during the pandemic on vaccines. These are public. So what we do is that we have one kind of report that gives us the idea of how this content is discussed on social media in 1 month. Let's say, just to make it simple, 1 month, how people are talking about, what people are saying. And when you see this data, you can actually make a deeper analysis on which profiles are looking at that, in which part of the world they're doing that. Of course, I must say that we are a bit biased because we are doing this in English at the moment. We cannot do this at all languages, because if you do this at different languages, you can imagine the results are completely different. The data set is completely different. So the data analysts prepare these short reports for us. So the so-called background report is 1 month of different topics. Imagine to see some data flowing, and you will know that, I don't know, people have been talking more about recently about ChatGPT than the pandemic. This is normal. And then we have another kind of report that is more qualitative. And this is to understand why some people understand. It's to look at why people are getting into these topics. And our next step will be to anticipate by providing them, for instance, I don't know, they lack information on, just to say one thing, the vaccine efficiency, they don't know, they are doubting, they are discussing about, we don't know, side effects of the vaccine, the never-ending story of the pandemic. You could anticipate by providing them good quality content with the opinion on experts. You could change and improve and adapt your strategy, your communication strategy, to try to encounter what they are looking for, to try to encounter to try to meet their request. So that's the idea. And the other one is slightly different, because the other one, not the social media, the normal media is also something that is interesting to observe, because you see how media report on certain topics. It's slightly different, but we are trying to make, together with the JRC, some meaningful reports to understand how media report, because of different levels, how people speak on social media and how media report about some topics. And I hope I answered your question.
It's very interesting, and in fact in NEWSERA we try to do something similar with our pilots, with an, yeah, I have seen more questions. Yeah. Alejandro and Cristina. But I think we will be presenting it later to see if it's. We were trying to understand how our projects communicate in Twitter, for example, with the main actors of the ecosystem or many other things that Maite will be explaining later. So I will give the floor to Alejandro.
Thank you, Rosa. Alejandro from CitSciComm in Spain. I was going to ask you a bit on the same direction that you were mentioning at the last part, no? In terms of I have the feeling that young people or middle-aged people, we are on social media, not everybody, but a lot of people, but older people is not. And I see a huge gap on communication and science communication on TV, for example, and even in specific channels, and the rest, no? And how maybe we have a very polarized society partially because of that, because of the lack of access to science communication for part of the society. And if you are, you said it just at the end, no? But I feel that glimpse that you said, no? The difference between the regular media and the social media is a bit in the direction, no? So if you can say something more on that, if it's just my impression or you have some more insights.
Thank you for the question. Actually, yeah, I see. The point is very simple. To be very honest with you, we are aware that there is this gap. And actually, we still publish for the traditional media. We are actually a traditional media. I mean, we publish articles, very short, to be read by, let's say, normal people our age. I'm not so young anymore, so I can put myself in the middle of, the normal. I still like, reading newspapers and, paper thing and not social media, but okay. The point is that the gap is growing because the world we live in is really digitalized, and social media are anyway seem to be a way for everybody to say what they want. That's exactly the point. So we are addressing social media, and we are addressing people, young people, because we think that they can bring a better future in terms of quality communication. What we can do for the current situation, where actually, let's say, middle-aged people like us, or I don't know, the other generation, our parents, are they still reading? Are they using social media? I think some of them are doing that, are reading. Actually, our studies and our experts tell us, not me, but our experts that we have been interviewing, tell us that the polarization is sometimes is really by identifying a group. It's not the age, the big characteristic. It's really like, we all like having support. The pandemic was a very specific situation. We all like to have reinforcement of our ideas. It seems very basic, but it's not. Behavioral scientist is the most important part here of what we say. They actually studying the dynamics of social media and on traditional media. They discover that we like our messages to be reinforced. So by definition, it's very tricky to go and convince a person that is anti-vax to become, let's say, at least hopeful about the fact that there are scientists, try to improve the quality of their lives and not try to kill them. This is something that I've been myself quite engaged with, the personal level. It's tricky, and I don't think the problem is the young people. But I'm convinced, I'm very convinced, and that's why I'm really motivated in my project, that we can work, at least for the younger generation, to try to give them not the right information, because this is not who I am to tell you, I'm on top, I'm from the parliament, so I'm coming here and telling you this is the right information you need to know. No, this is, look, these are your options. We are trying to give you options, we are trying to provide you with reliable information. I mean, when we had these experts during the pandemic, we checked one by one if, let's say, the problem of science is uncertainty now. This we know. We people working in science, we know. But people not working in science, they don't know. What's the point? Do you interview an expert that let's say, share 80, 90% of his or her convictions and, data, scientific data with the others? then that's a reliable expert. Otherwise, maybe it's not. So we had to choose some expert to interview. Unfortunately, there are countries, I would say mine is a case. You can confirm. I've been here for a while. I'm Italian, by the way, but I've been living in Brussels, in Belgium, for 20 years by now. I have a problem to understand why my country gives the floor to all the experts. Everybody's saying everything about, you know, I mean, scientists talking about whatever, I don't know, I mean, climatologists talking about epidemics and pandemic and the other way around. So this is tricky, that's a problem. Just to give another example now, for instance, in the summer school, we are trying to explain, this is something reporters know, the balancing reporting, you know, try to explain how the balancing reporting work. The balancing reporting is when you give the floor to different experts to try to, you know, to have a balanced, you know, to try to have all the opinions. Sometimes it's not good because you're giving the same importance, just to say a name, to Professor Raoul during the pandemic, and maybe there is something wrong there. You know, there are, you know, it's all in details, but unfortunately, I cannot say I'm doing something for the, you know, for the old people. What I'm trying to do is, when we produce content, we address everybody. It's very simple written, everybody can understand. But when we do trainings, we do for young people because these are the future. Sorry, this is something like more. And social media, we try to understand. We are studying, but we are still, you know, there is another problem. We try to understand what's going on social media. At the same time, the dynamics on social media is changing. So we are always running late. This is something that we need to accept. By the way, your country is quite advanced, to my knowledge. Yeah, I was in Madrid last year. We had an event in member states. This I didn't tell you. One of the things we tried to develop, understanding the problem of the language that Aleksandra mentioned, is that it's not true that everybody speaks English. So part of the hub, you know, based on also the budget that we have, we try to go into the member states and try to check what's going on, try to understand what's going on at the level of different countries, what is the situation of science journalism, the situation of science communication, what the young people are learning, what the other people are listening to, and I think in Spain they are quite advanced compared to what we see in other places, if I may say so. Then, you know, you probably have a different point of view. I have a good contact in Portugal, Vera Novaes, a journalist. She's telling me that we have been in contact all during the pandemic. It's very good to share opinions with other people from different countries. You see the difference. Here is a specific context, you know, here is the bubble. It's not the same. So everybody, she was telling me, Vita, during the pandemic, everybody needed to be a science journalist. How can you be a science journalist if you don't understand science, especially for health? We're talking about health. We're not talking about, just to say something, let's say, easier, because now we always talk about health, climate change, something that does not really affect, you know, people on a daily life. I don't know, astronomy maybe, something like, and well, apologies, because I don't want to make distinctions between scientific disciplines. It's just to give the idea that health can be particularly relevant. A last point. Why young people? Because they seem to be more concerned, they are more interested, they are more active on climate change, on all the things that, you know, they're just to be more reactive also. So maybe we are just, you know, I'm sorry, old people like me, I mean, I would not say that we are done, but I mean, can we really change our mind by now? Can we do something? I mean, oh yeah, maybe I hope that I can still do something, and you as well. But am I making myself clear? I mean, I think that the tricky point is not exactly the age, it's the context.
Vita, sorry. I would like to believe that as a person with a scientific background that I'm been challenging every single day to change my mind. So I hope that that continues through our lifetime. So you mentioned the Science Media Hub, so you specifically targeted the journalists, and especially the young journalists, to bring them into the discussion between scientists and MPs that are interested in science and technology. And you also mentioned citizens and as stakeholders, but from what I could understand from your talk, it's more on terms of an unidirectional communication. So it's a communication of the work that you've been doing. And as you know, in NEWSERA, what we support and also also our main findings is not only people can become themselves citizen scientists, but as doing science themselves can become science communicators. No? So in this sense, how do you think in the next coming years you could introduce citizen scientists in this discussion and make them part of the Science Media Hub?
So I think the question is quite tricky because here is, talking to MEPs that are convinced that they own the right words and own the truth. I'm just exaggerating, of course, but it's quite tricky to think about involving citizen scientists in our, let's say, concrete production, but actually they are already involved. I mean, we are quite open. Of course, I'm telling you the story on our side. We are very young. We were born only 4 years ago, and we are still struggling with our budget. With the pandemic, you can imagine it was not easy, But I think the point is that as far as science is something that it's always developing. There is uncertainty, there are topics that are more open, I would say more prone to be involved, like climate change. For instance, we need to learn also from citizen science. I don't know how to answer the question. If I can think about interviewing a citizen science for an article, I don't think it will happen soon, but just for a simple reason. We are not covering in the hub, let's say, this subject in a very regular way, but we are trying to, for instance, promote that you are doing that, you see. So we are open to what other people are doing, not necessarily us. We are aware that we cannot, the answer is we cannot really cover everything because we are limited capacities. But at least we give you the floor. We try to listen. We are still in the listening phase, try to see, give opportunities. Meeting, of course, when we do events, we are very open also to invite you to speak or something like this. It's a building process. We are still there. I cannot tell you. I got several times. I got the questions from researchers why you do trainings only for journalists. And I can say that because this is my mandate. My budget was signed for that. And of course, there are other institutions doing trainings for researchers, for them to better communicate their research and what they do. It's a thing that we need to put all our activities together. Cooperation is very important, as Aleksandra said, as you all know. So I would say that maybe in the future it will change. At the moment, it's still because we have so many normal sciences, I would say, that we are trying to also to understand. I think it's also the historical moment. Citizen science has not been, still, you're in the rising curve, as far as I know. And then, there will be a moment, probably climate change, I think, will help a lot. In the next years, we'll see some changes. As you said, we are, by definition, we are accepting that science is changing all the time, so we should be open. So I would not say no, but I would say at the moment, if the question is, would you invite a citizen scientist to speak about climate denialism? Sorry, I would maybe prefer a behavioral scientist. Just my honest question, But if you tell me there is an event, maybe I will open the floor. That's what we do, actually. When we do workshops, we try to have different stakeholders. We have a scientist, a journalist, another, expert from another part. So for policymakers, I do not only intend politicians. I also think about our small people trying to do something here. And it's really to give the floor to everybody, to share an opinion, and to give something that is more meaningful. But it's still a long way.
Okay, just the very last question, very brief one, because I will be shorter in my presentation.
Thank you. My name is Anna. I'm one of the coordinators of the newly established Office of Science in the National Congress in Spain. And I think you met my colleagues in Madrid. And I know that there's a Science Media Centre also in our foundation. So Spain is growing in that sense. But I wanted to ask you, because in our case, we work for the same entity, for the FECIT. But I wanted to ask you if you would promote somehow the reports that STOA are doing for the MPs. Are you working with those reports? Are you trying to extract important information for journalists, or how do you deal with that information coming from the Parliament?
Yeah, so what we are doing is that actually, when I mentioned the last part, joking about victims of our success, we are actually, I mean, STOA was supposed to have some science communication part within the unit. But since we were born and we are doing with an external webpage that is not the Parliament, we are also helping, let's say, our colleagues to extract some meaningful, important information, because they do a lot. So how does it work? You have STOA committing, just for you to understand, the MEPs commit to scientists to produce reports, or they organize also workshops on specific topics of their interest, relevant for the political agenda, but all on science and tech. And then now what we do is that every time there is an event or a study, we extract the relevant information, and we publish either an interview or an article, or we also make this, I didn't say it because there are many things that we do. We now do more videos as well. So we tried really to, videos are very short, hopefully very effective to pass the key messages. But this is something that is still not clear. So I would say that, I don't know about the other national offices dealing with science. I know you're very young. And you're doing brilliantly in Spain, by the way. And by the way, Pampa Garcia will be with us in June to speak about the Science Media Center in Spain, so that everybody, they will know. And this is good to bring us a good example. But this is something that maybe will change. Now, I don't know if we will develop in this sense. What I can tell you is that there is an additional request at the general level of the European Parliament with science and technology, so coming from the committee on the ITRE committee, the Committee on Research and Innovation and Technology and Industry, on communicating what we do, because the point is that we do a lot, but citizens don't know what we do, and citizens are the main clients of the Parliament. So that's actually, to answer your question, we are working on that. At the moment, just to give you an idea, this year we have 12 events from STOA, so only STOA. 20 studies, and we're actually more or less every week. If you check our webpage, you will see there are interviews with experts participating in an event or dealing with a specific study. That, of course, people will not read a 50-page study, but maybe we'll check a video of 1.5 minutes, and maybe we'll read a briefing of 2 pages if they're really interested. That's what we are doing. Gracias.
Great, thank you so much, Vita. That was super interesting debate. And by the way, we are starting a new project in April, which will be called COALESCE. It could be the new European Competence Center on Science Communication. And we will be working with Pampa in the task on science media centers. And I'm sure that we will have a lot of opportunities to collaborate. So thank you so much. And I would be very brief. If I can have my presentation. Okay, so I will be very brief. Giving you an introduction, let's go to the hard topic of the day, NEWSERA, of what we did over the project. So this is us. We are a small consortium. NEWSERA was born in 2020, so at the very beginning of the pandemics. We were very lucky to have the kickoff meeting in Barcelona face-to-face just the week before the lockdown, I think, or something like that. And it's coordinated by Science for Change. This is my company. We were born, in fact, to exploit the results of diagnosis. And now we have several projects on citizen science, science communication, science to policy, and co-creation. We like to create everything. We also have Formica Blue from Italy, which is a communication agency, also experts in data journalism and journalism in general. We have the Ibercides Foundation in Spain, also experts in citizen science, coordinating the Spanish Observatory and doing many other things. We have the Faculty of Sciences from Portugal, from the University of Lisbon, with Cristina, Esther, and Inés here. And the University of Padova, Paolo and Mariangela will be presenting the impact assessment of the framework of the project together with Maite after me. And FECIT, with Ana here, representing the Spanish Foundation of Science and Technology. So we wanted to address this challenge that we already mentioned a little bit on this infodemia era that we are living. And we had a theory that, in fact, if we can reach effectively quadruple helix stakeholders and increase their engagement, we can push this critical thinking and try to tackle misinformation. And also at the same time, we observe in our citizen science project that people actively engage in science, they really like what they do, and they become real science communicators themselves, using their own channels, means, and messages also. And this is also an interesting phenomenon that we wanted to see how we can work with this, and also to increase trust in science, of course, and tackle this misinformation. So we want to move from this unidirectional communication to this multiple direction communication, and also changing the conversations through these new science communicators, which could be our own citizen scientists. So we were testing during the project, and you will see the results, some new concepts in this intersection of citizen science, science communication, and data journalism. So we have been exploring how citizen science communication works, or this new type of journalism, which we call citizen science journalism, because, of course, we are producing a lot of data in our citizen science projects, and we can create news and stories from the data that we are producing. And these stories will be of interest of society because they are produced by the citizens. So they will be interested in that. So this is a huge potential that we see here, and you will see the results. So to do this, we started, as I mentioned earlier, making a survey to try to analyze the state of the art, like how are citizen science projects doing in science communication in 2020 when we started the project, to understand the overall panorama, let's say, in Europe. At the end, we got 157 valid answers to our survey. It was quite biased in terms of geographical distribution because, of course, we only have 3 countries in the consortium. So at the end, we received more answers from Southern Europe, but that was positive because we in the literature, we found that there is a gap, in fact, in this research in Southern Europe. So at the end, we think it's positive. And from that survey, we got a lot of first insights, like that have been published in this nice paper last week, I think, from Paolo and many other authors from the consortium, where we summarize all the findings in the survey. And from there, we found out, for example, that there is an overall lack of capacity or of knowledge on how to communicate, or resources, in fact, in many citizen science projects regarding science communication. And from there, we started interviewing. We also asked them for the commitment, the potential commitment in terms of time to participate in NEWSERA's pilots. And we interviewed some of them. And from there, we selected our pilots. And we were supposed to select 5, but at the end, there was so much interest that we decided to select 38. There were 16 from Spain, 12 from Portugal, and 10 from Italy, if I'm not mistaken. And we have been working with them in a very close way during the project. And we created what we call our citizen science communication labs. 4 of them are addressed to the quadruple helix stakeholders because we really wanted to see how to communicate better with citizens, but also with academic scientists, also with the private sector, which is a totally underexplored thing, I would say, and also with the public sector, or especially to promote these policy impacts that citizen science projects can have. And then we have a 5th lab to explore all these concepts on journalism, and how can we build stories with the citizen-generated data with our projects that also produce very nice results. We created like 3 different rounds during the project with the pilots within our citizen science communication labs. The first one was devoted to co-create innovative communication strategies to reach one of the target stakeholders of the pilots. The pilots were classified in their preferred, let's say, audience. So they were divided in the different labs, and we were working with them using the same methodology to co-design these strategies, and at the end produce communication plans that we have been testing throughout NEWSERA during these last 3 years. So this was the first round. We also started co-designing indicators, impact indicators with them there. And then in round 2, while they were implementing, let's say, we focused this round on capacity building because we found out that, as I was mentioning, that there is a lot of lack of resources and knowledge in science communication in citizen science projects because depending on the size and on the resources they have, some of them are even one person doing everything. So this person is the IP of the project. If he or she needs an app, he needs to find a way to collect the data, then he needs to analyze the data, then he needs to engage with the communities, then he needs to engage with the policymakers, and so on, and so on, and so on. So it's like a mess. I always say that it's like a mushroom field, that you think that you have to do one thing, and then the mushroom grow, and you have a lot of mushrooms to take care of. And it's quite challenging, so we focus on building capacity for the projects and help them to learn more, or for example, to create policy briefs or things like that to reach better their stakeholders. And at the end, we focus on the validation of these innovative communication strategies they produce to produce our final results, which are the blueprints that will be presented today. So this is in a nutshell our numbers. We run in these 5 citizen science communication labs 44 workshops, including the NEWSERA Fridays. I forgot to mention that in each country, we use the local languages, something that we also mentioned today, because we really want to be inclusive, and it's much better to talk with the projects in Italian or Spanish or Portuguese and not English. So we decided to run in each country the workshops in the local languages, and then have these NEWSERA Fridays that we call in English, so that we can put in common the different learnings and strategies that we were collecting in the different countries. Then we have these 39 projects, and we created the communities of practices, these stakeholders. For us, one of the keys of success in NEWSERA was to engage in the labs the stakeholders directly. For example, we have citizens in our citizen lab, we have policymakers at the different governance level that the projects were targeting in the policy lab, we have other scientists in the scientific lab, etc. So this was key because these stakeholders gave us a unique perspective that we could never think of if they were not being there. So at the end, the composition of the labs were the pilot representatives, the NEWSERA Consortium, science communication experts, and data journalists in the case of data journalists, and the stakeholder. So this was one of the main things that we recommend to include also the stakeholders there. We did a lot of trainings, 50 sessions, and at the end, in this process, we became naturally mentors, a kind of mentors of the projects, because we were working with them and meeting with them regularly to see how they advance and so on. And we had a lot of mentoring hours that were not foreseen neither at the beginning of the project, but it was a natural consequence of the actions that we were doing. So this is an example of the methodology. I will not go into the details because it will be explained later. Also, the impact framework will be explained now, so I skip this part. Also, the impact numbers will be provided in a second by my colleagues, so I will skip this. You also have already have a copy of the policy brief in your hands, most of you, so you can just read. We try to summarize
all the main fundings and also provide references to the different documents to increase the information for the people interested, but at least to provide a brief description of everything, including the methodologies, the evidences that we found, and the impacts. Also exploring the communication ways, because I will ask Vita this in the coffee break, because one of the main challenges for us researchers is to find the channels to contact the policymakers or find the right policymakers to contact. So this is, we were exploring how we can bridge these two different worlds and also to have this policy impact at the end, and also to improve recognition. This is another key issue that we found, and it's shared by science communication and by citizen science, that it's not recognized at the curriculum of the scientists. So this prevents that many scientists do citizen science activities or science communication activities. Even some scientists are seen as second, class researchers because they are doing citizen science or science communication by their peers. So this is really not nice, let's say, and this should be pushed forward. And also we included some legacy messages like in the new project. You will see today the results summarized in the blueprints, in the 5 blueprints addressed to each one of the stakeholders that we were working with. And also we will be presenting the results of the Guide of Science Communication and Citizen Science Journalism, which are quite good. And that's it from my side. I will leave the floor to Paolo and to Maite to present you the impact framework that we developed in NEWSERA. And just a very quick remark. This afternoon, if you need to leave for something from 7, we will be having an exhibition that was already presented in Barcelona in a joint event that we organized together with ENJOI and Elisabetta. It's quite nice, I hope. It's interactive as much as we can. And we will have a small cocktail to celebrate the end of NEWSERA, so I hope that you can all make it. And that's it from my side. Thank you so much. And I leave the floor to Paolo and Maite.
Okay. So, good morning, everybody. I'm Paolo Giardullo, University of Padova. I share the floor with Maite here, Fondazione Liber Civis. And I will just briefly introduce the impact framework from my side, looking at what we have done so far. Oh, be careful. Yeah, because it was a long path. The path started with, what Rosa already presented. I just want to recall that thanks to this methodology, we had the opportunity first to meet internally within each country with different pilots, different citizen science project, and working with our own languages was very useful in order to share experience and opinions about how to carry out citizen science and more importantly communicate the outcomes of citizen science. Looking closer to the path of the impact framework, as you can see again here, we were first interested in understand if there were some general tendencies among ongoing citizen science projects across the EU. This is something that you can see. You can have a look at the last paper we published last week. And we noticed that there is a huge importance assigned to social media in communication as a main channel for communication by the surveyed project. So this represented for us a baseline to start engaging the project in the labs. And Well, and we further learned that even though there is this kind of baseline, there is a very high amount of heterogeneity among projects, because doing citizen science doesn't mean automatically to have public fundings, doesn't mean automatically to have human resources to count on. So there is a lot of heterogeneity in that sense for the opportunities that project may have or not. So again, through this whole path where the opportunity to further investigate how this heterogeneity can be different from one country to another, but also internally within the same country we have different projects counting on different resources. And that's why we decided to develop an impact framework that was combining different packages. One from the responsible research and innovation through the MORI and Super MORI project, and another package coming directly from Action Project, which is a project that you are probably aware of about the impact of citizen science. And we combine with communication indicators. But combining this doesn't mean that it would be useful to be set up as a golden standard for all the project. Indeed, after an internal discussion, we defined 3 main macro areas and sub areas, as you can see here, that represented the main guide for projects to co-design their own indicators. This was the only how to say, scaffolding that we provided to the project in order to give them the opportunity to create their own indicators in order to be able to track their own progresses and performances. Also because most of the project started from a different starting point. Someone had European funding, some others were very young, some others were had a very long tradition, so much more followers on Twitter and so on. According to this, we moved then to a co-creation approach for designing tailored, we define them tailored indicators for science communication. And I leave the floor to Maite.
Yes. Good morning. Thank you all. Thank you, Paolo. And well, I would like very much to focus on the idea that these indicators were started from our own experience and the work, the previous work from the European citizen science community, because yes, we understand that it is essential an open science framework. So this is a very, very cohesive work, co-created since the very beginning, in the sense that we start from a previous work and also with the work of the communities in NEWSERA Pilot, the NEWSERA project. And well, later I say something, in a few seconds, say something related to this table that is published. This is at Senado. And well, through the process of iterative assessment, well, the different indicators were tested and refined, always in a co-created way, together with the NEWSERA Pilots, in a continuous work, as said, of mentoring, cooperation, and mutual learnings. In the picture, we can see, in the previous picture, sorry, we can see, thank you, some of the macro areas and the sub areas with the indicators and the possible type of answers. And well, as Rosa explained, during the second round, we developed a specific lab for elaborating indicators, starting from the previous one, but always with the specific goal of every project. And well, the whole table is at Zenodo. You can go there to use and to modify in your according to your goals. And well, the main idea is that we obtain a final set of indicators. We have an initial set of indicators, but we have the co-created final set of indicators. And as an example, we have one of the questions that says, does the project have any co-authorship guidelines for the publication of results? And the answer could be yes, no, but we want to. So there are many different sub-areas with very specific questions related to communication in very different, with very different targets. For example, citizens involved in the communication of the project, the results. So the indicators are useful for the evaluation of monitoring of ongoing projects, also we think for testing of projects that are starting up and want to have a good communication strategy from the very beginning. Well, in this slide, I want to show very briefly some of the results proved a wide range of achievements, some of which we describe in aggregate in this picture. For example, in the stakeholder engagement micro area, we can observe that more than 300 teachers participated in the pilots activities of more than 40 universities and more than 40 journalists, and you see more than 415 policymakers contacted. So these are some results in the different macro areas we defined. And these are results during the development of NEWSERA as a result of the implemented strategies. And other impacts, to me, is very relevant, the word alliances, and local organizations. Well, too much to comment. And I want to say also something related to the digital sphere. And well, this is a little sample of one of our analyses with the Campal social tool. This is a spin-off of the University of Zaragoza. And among other functionalities, we can visualize the communities, the digital communities. Not only, there are also evolution of hashtags, evolution of mentions in Twitter communities, or also in other social media such as YouTube, for example. And in this picture, we can see, well, this is related to the project of one of you here present. And the interesting thing is that we have communities that are related to each other, and if we zoom some of the areas with represented communities with a set of nodes with links among them. In this case, the links represent Twitter mentions. And for example, in the zoom picture, we have something like a pentagon, And we have Citizen Night in a very relevant position among the European Space Agency and Planetario Madrid, and this is the principal research. And the position reveals a very good connections, a very good work in the digital sphere. And this is something that, well, we could say much more, but maybe later. So some main conclusions to finish. Well, a great idea is that general means of communication are always needed, specifically in citizen science. But also specific languages are needed, particularly for two groups such as the public sector and the industry and SMEs, because they are more complex. Second idea, in my opinion, is a very, very strong idea, because this effective communication, both external and external, leads to the consolidation of the very knowledge and the communities that generate this knowledge. And this is something extremely relevant, because without the communities, difficultly we have a citizen science, a sound citizen science project. And well, the benefits and feedback between education and citizen science are present in many reports inside the community of NEWSERA. Well, this is something logical in science, but in citizen science maybe is much more relevant, thinking also in the young people, but not only the young people, because education is not only for young people, and is formal and informal and non-formal. Well, and for to finish, I want to focus in the idea that the quantity and the quality of the many achievements of NEWSERA is a result, as we want as we want it to be, of sharing work, mutual learnings, facilitating networking, and and meeting experts in all the ambiances of our communities of practice. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maite and Paolo. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but you can ask them in the coffee break. We're a bit late, but probably we can come back at 10:10. I have two messages, one for the online people. Please wait for us. We will disconnect for 10 minutes to have some coffee. You can do the same at your home. And we will be back in 10 minutes. And for the pilots, just to let you know that during the lunch break, Ana Violato will chase you, because we want to do some interviews for the final video of the project, okay? So thank you very much, and go for the coffee.
Yeah, it was good because I stayed over with a friend in Rotterdam last night because I couldn't get a hotel for one night in Brussels.
Wow.
And are very, very, very expensive.
Wow,
and then I
yeah.
took the 7 o'clock train to arrive just in time.
Hello, hello. Hola, hola. Hola, hola. I'm sorry to interrupt your coffee break, but we are coming back. Hola, hola. May I ask you to please come back to your seats as soon as you can? I know we like to communicate, but we need to come back to business. Hello. If not, I can start singing, which will be terrible. So, you don't want me to do that? Hello, hello. Sorry. Okay, we are starting the next part of the meeting when we will be having some roundtables series to present the blueprints and also to have the testimonies of the pilots and some other stakeholders. So I leave the floor to the first one, which in fact is Cristina, Paolo. Who is the first one? You? Paolo, come on. So, Maria Angela.
Possiamo lavare qui? Devo usare questo.
Okay, so here we are again. Hope you enjoyed your coffee. I have. So here again for introducing another presentation. Joking, I will also take part on this presentation. This is about the blueprints. This was one of the 5 actually blueprints. This, in a sense, the most not the most interesting, but the most easy to think about. To think about citizen scientists and society at large, while the other are less immediate. But let's start with this one. Okay. Very shortly, we had the opportunity to have the cooperation across the path of the labs, the citizen science communication labs of the different pilots that have been, the 39 pilots that have been involved across the project, across the 3 countries. We also had the opportunity to invite different representatives of the stakeholders. We had representatives of NGOs, of other associations in civil society, as well as community champions in running citizen science project. And also we had the opportunity to invite science communication professional. I cannot name them all, but you can have a look at this slide to have an idea of how many people we involved during the labs. Okay, let me briefly recap the main target audience of this blueprint. As I mentioned, was very expected by also by the project that took part in this in the Citizen Science Communication Lab, because precisely because we aim to bring the attention to ongoing citizen science project for their activities in communication in order to engage citizens and more in general people in the society. Moreover, we were almost aware that this kind of initiative could be used also in the future for new upcoming citizen science projects. And I will leave the floor to Mariangela, that will briefly describe what we wanted to achieve.
So one of the tasks addressed in NEWSERA related to the citizen scientists and society at large was how a citizen science project can enlarge, engage, and motivate the audiences by diversifying activities to reach new target group as well. And what communication tools and products are the best suited to reach new target audiences? So to do this, we adopt a co-creative approach to define, together with the pilots and stakeholder and communication experts, the communication strategies to be involved by analyzing the one that the project already had and defining a set of indicators that can assess their impact. And then, but the citizen science communication labs give us even the opportunity to explore the challenges that the citizen science project face. So one of the common needs emerged is to implement and diversify new audiences by implementing new engagement practices. The issues here is to maintain the relationship with the loyal citizens, but even to get access to the underrepresented target that usually are less engaged. But who are the targets? I mean, our blueprint is addressed to both citizens who already took part in citizen science project or citizens interested in sustainability issues, but also projects themselves that want to implement their activities by enlarge the communication strategy. So, how we did it, NEWSERA proposed 3 labs across our 3 countries, and for this target we involved 11 projects, plus of course stakeholder and science communication expert. So through our citizen science and communication lab, at the first appointment, we defined some communication action, and here you find some example. Clearly, I mean, these actions have been changed over time because of difficulties or, lack of resources, but also due to a broader reflection on citizen science. This is the case of GERT, which is an Italian project, that before NEWSERA considered citizen science as its main driving force of the project, but later the citizen science was perceived as an item to be valorized in a larger project that GERD developed and is called HERT. How should the message be, and which feature and tone a citizen science project may prefer? So the message, first of all, has to be clear, simple, and immediate, related to the target audiences, because it needs to be understood by lay people or experts. And of course, it can assume evocative or emotional tone. And then focusing on tools and channel, we want to suggest to plan communication strategies that includes both traditional and new media, because it's important to provide some traditional products such as scientific publication, poster, or brochure, but it's also necessary to be present on social media or develop games or training to involve young audiences or young researchers. And furthermore, probably one of the most important things is involve citizens in sharing their experiences by adopting new innovative storytelling. What are the results expected? So we can assume quantitative outputs, such as the number of website visits or of the application, but qualitative outcome as well. For example, the growth of awareness on sustainability issues, or as a foreseen impact, the development of scientific citizenship when it comes. So here there are some of the barriers and the mitigation strategy we found along NEWSERA. So first of all, there's the marginality challenge. Marginality meaning not only as a social, cultural, or ethnic fragility, but also sensory, motor, intellectual, and mental disabilities. And how to overcome this? We suggest to adopt an active listening approach and build synergies with other projects or institutions that already have developed some inclusive methodologies. And then as a second barrier, it's not easy probably to get an audience profiling. So it will be useful to adopt a comprehensive stakeholder mapping, including the description of the stakeholder of the target, but even its interest and its opinion. And to do so, it will be helpful to implement some social science tools like a questionnaire, interview, or focus group. And then we found that it was not easy, the self-assessment for the citizen science project. So in this case as well, it's important to acquire skills and expertise in monitoring qualitative indicators, because most of them used to evaluate by only using quantitative indicators. And then focusing on the citizen science project activities, we observe that sometimes the activities do not fit the diverse skills that the stakeholder have. So it will be interesting to diversify the activities related to the skills owned by the target and the complexity of the research topic. So, for example, we can have an entry-level, expert, or professional. And then the recommendation. So the takeaways idea. First of all, identify citizen science group for your citizen science project. Foster public engagement, adopting eco-creative methodologies, and then team up with other existing groups, because the networking is probably the most interesting point here. And involve citizens in doing science, take into account the analysis, project planning, and dissemination. Plan the communication strategies beforehand, using, as I said before, a narrative style, innovative and participatory. And then be flexible in time of crisis. So here, the social media can be useful to keep going the relationship. And then practice active listening, or at the same time address fake news, because it was one of the challenge we faced in NEWSERA. And then we want to mention a successful story that is close to NEWSERA, since two of our Italian citizen science projects are among the founders of the creation of National Association of Citizen Science in Italy. There was founded in February in Rome on the 17th. Its aim is to promote the full development of citizen science in Italy, trying to help the policymakers and building an international networks, more or less. Now I leave the floor to Paolo.
Yes, so also thank you very much. Thank you, Mariangela. I would invite representative of the project for this roundtable. That means Alessandro, Felipe, Alice, and Lara.
Please.
Yes, there's no place here. So, thank you very much. We have some time for opening discussion on these questions that we share with you and will allow you to discuss with not only with us but with the whole audience here and people connected from on YouTube, because we developed these questions starting on the experience that we had, of course in Italy, but also in other countries related to the experience in citizen science communication labs, and we found these general questions as relevant to be addressed, relevant to be discussed, also because they emerged during the discussion that we have across the 3 years project that we had. So I would start by reading the first one, then giving you the floor 4 or 5 minutes each to give your each, I mean by project, because you are two for in that. So first question. It's not an easy task to measure communication impact. Indeed, also for creating indicators was an hard task for co-creating together with all the project. And also because many citizen science projects rely on social media, so we tend to consider them as a key feature in communication. So what about you? You included social media into your communication strategy, but how did you assess the impact of social media into the engagement process? So if you want to start.
I can start, okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Yes.
Felipe,
so yeah, we didn't have lots of means, of course, to spread the word about the project. So we thought that social media would be the best way to do it, of course, because it would be free. We could do it in our offices and so on. So we decided to do for a while this how do you say program of posting information and so on. But mostly what we assessed its impact would be in the interactions in the social media, for example, with likes, comments, shares, and so on. But we also tried to make the connection with the participations in the platform, which were not much, of course, and we didn't see really a very big difference actually in people in registries in in our Mosquito Web platform. We did see a slight increase throughout time in the participation in the social media and so on, but it was very low, of course. But I think in any project this would be essential, but it could not be, I guess, the only means of dissemination.
So, please, Lara.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Yeah, it's a very similar experience that we have. We monitored the basic metrics for social media, Facebook and Instagram reach and posts and shares. And more indirectly, we also observed there was a specific period of the project that we put in a bigger effort in social media, and we could see that we had more volunteers to do citizen science, yes, in that period, which can be related to the social media campaign. And we had bigger activities that involve even more participants that the volunteers would promote, and that led to the biggest number of sighting records for stag beetles and the other species we study. So it can be associated to the social media.
Okay. So what about INET?
So I will start. So INET is an initiative that was born 9 years ago. In this period, we don't have a clear communication strategy, to be honest. So we follow a different direction depending on the moment. And at the beginning, we used the contact direct with the volunteers. So we go all around Italy to meet volunteers that can be engaged in the project. But this was not possible in the last part in the last 4-5 years. And so when we met the NEWSERA project, it was very important because we start using social media that so far were not used in our project. Also because we understood that there were no young people engaged in our project. So it was very important for us, and of course it was not easy to measure the impact of this new strategy. And so we used the common parameters like the number of followers that we retrieved, the number of likes, the number of interactions in the social media. And for us, the most important output is the number of records that we obtain by citizens, because in our project we ask citizens to take pictures of protected species in Italy. In this case, it's not easy to connect the results of the increase of records to the actions that we are doing in that moment using social media. So perhaps for this kind of impact, we have to use surveys or questionnaires that can be delivered to the citizens. Yes, more or less is this.
Yes, because if I can. Hi everyone, just one thing to add, because the problem is that we can engage new volunteers through social media, but then perhaps that volunteers will give us just one record and then leaves the project. So we are more interested in understand if through social media we can also engage for more time people instead of direct contact, which is for the moment seems to be a bit more effective in this way, but we are working on it. Loyalty.
Okay, no, thank you. Also because, well, from your answers we got some recommendation because about social media. Social media for sure can offer you, apparently for free, statistics, figures about your impact in terms of reactions, as you mentioned, and you can also try to make a connection between those data and the records that you get from volunteers. But as you mentioned, Felipe, is not the only way to make engagement, and also you are not sure that you are actually making engagement.
I think that with social media, I think it will be very important to complement other actions. Okay, so yeah, I think at the moment with our project, we are not really having other activities. So I think that social media will be essential to complement these other activities, not solely rely on that. Also, I think that even having just social media, it also needs to have someone who is constantly working on that, because also in social media you need to have people interacting all the time, and we were not really having all this time. We were preparing a post or two each week and we posted, but we were really not every day in Facebook or Twitter replying to people. And I think this type of interaction is also very necessary in social media. You don't post and you just leave it. You have to be there, you have to interact with people, you have to talk with them all the time. So I think this would need someone that is, if not full-time, at least very dedicated to that aspect of social media, but also to complement other activities, of course.
Yeah, thank you. You want to add something?
Yes, just that probably in social media, major effort should be given also in the post and news or short comments, but also in giving an output to people who contact you, which is a really more particular and requires more efforts than just one post. You have to answer to every message, because this is the way you can keep the connection with the volunteers.
I was checking the figures of our survey. Indeed, you are confirming what we detected, that only 22% of projects that declare to use social media as a specific channel for their communication, only 22% of them as someone who can be called a kind of social media manager. And again, this represents quite well the issue of resources, human resources, time constraints, also because if you start a citizen science research project, you are doing research first, and then you need to understand how to communicate it. The two issues are of course related, should be related in theory. They are related in theory. Another issue is how they are related, or you can actually relate in practice. And this may bring us to the second question about the added value of a co-design communication strategy. Do you think that can help in addressing and coping with the challenges that we were hinting at during this discussion?
Yes, of course. Basically, in vacalora.pt, we established a national network of volunteers in order to try to engage people for a longer period of time and avoid the one-time citing record thing that you were mentioning. So by doing regular meetings with this group, we were able to gather some feedback and exchange some ideas of how to engage other volunteers, and also understand what kind of people we want to target and how we should better do it. So, for example, in social media, one content that was very necessary to create was to publish the results, basically, each year or each 2 years, to give the people the feedback of how many sighting records per species were done, so people would feel appreciated somehow and involved in the whole process. Also having a style that is more informal and maybe humorous can be also, it was something that we found out. But in another sense, stepping away a little bit from the social media, we also wanted to reach out. We understand the need to reach out for older generations that were more connected to the species that we are talking about, because people in rural areas, they grew up with stag beetle, for example. and it's very familiar to them, and they have empiric knowledge of where you can find it in their own communities. So, and it's not easy to target those generations through social media, as we mentioned before. So what we actually did in one period of the project is that we dedicated some time to produce press releases personalized for local newspapers around the country, so we could better reach out to the local communities and older generations. And that worked very well, actually.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so regarding this co-design, I guess design a general communication strategy based on the inputs from the different projects. Like I said before by email, I think this will be very important. What I bring from the NEWSERA project was these meetings that we have with all these different citizen science projects, and we can see a lot of different ideas, and some of them were very good to implement. So I think this interaction with other projects and see how they work, I think it is very useful, and I think it will be very interesting to design a general infrastructure for science communication plans. So people, when they are starting in this area, or if they are not starting, but they can look at this guide and look at this project had a really good idea. Maybe it could do this, and maybe if it is well structured, I think it will be easier to start a project and say, oh look, here's a bunch of good ideas for science communication plans. Maybe we can try to do this one, and so on. And I think it will be very, very helpful for not only new projects, but for projects that have been around but have much knowledge on communication plans and so on. And I think this will be very helpful. I think it's probably going to be one of the outputs. I don't know, but it will be very interesting.
Okay, thank you. Meanwhile, they reminded us that we have 5 minutes to go.
Very shortly, yes, it's very important. It's not common, so many environmental citizen science projects does not involve volunteers at the beginning and the first phases of the project design. But for us, it's something that is very important for two main reasons, from communication reasons. Because engaging the volunteers, the public, in the communication events, or making them telling the story about the project, can overcome some barriers that there are in languages that sometimes scientists use that put these kind of barriers between with the society. And also from practical point of view, because we implement tools, instruments that we have to test with the volunteers. So if they are engaged at the beginning when we are designing these tools, these instruments, it's very important to their feedback. Okay.
No more comments. Okay. Thank you. Well, just briefly resume your answers. Basically, okay, the feedback with volunteers is extremely important, giving them a feedback in order to keep them engaged, and seems to be something that it comes directly from their words, from their feeling when they participate. But also the NEWSERA approach of sharing experiences and difficulties with colleagues might help, and perhaps since the beginning, if it is possible. So you already mentioned, just to get to the last question very briefly, you mentioned many barriers. There are sneaking in all these good practices that we are discussing about, but there are a lot of barriers. Could you briefly mention which is the most challenging one for engaging participants, and distinguishing between is an internal barrier or is an external barrier? How would this further element? you want to start, please?
Okay. For us, in INET project, we realized that we had two great barriers. The first one, of course, is the external and the communication one, so the use of social media and the right words, as Aleksandra said before, to reach a different target, a different public. But the internal one was, of course, the project itself, because our project is based on the specific expertise. You have to go out in natural areas and can recognize insects and take your phone, take a picture. So we can reach different public, but then just a small part of it can be engaged and can be interested in it. So there is a balance in a way that so that we can reach different publics, but at first we should, and we did, of course, but maybe in the future we will do it better. We will shape the public, our target, and shape on it all the communication strategy, of course. But at the beginning of a project, sometimes it's not really shaped, clear this shape of public.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think all these issues go back to the resources of the project, people and money, I guess. But I think the most important for us was first to have a communication plan that was able to reach everybody. So I think social media is a good way to do things, but it is not that far reach as it would be expected for to reach the general wider audience. You know, you would need a more targeted, wider communication plan, of course. And this will be, I think, very, very important to implement so that people know about the project and why the project would be interesting for them and and to participate. The other problem we have, also related to resources, is that we have a platform that was done a few years ago, and since then we didn't have the resources to improve the platform, to update the platform. So I think, for example, in our case, the feedback that we give back to the people that participate, people send us mosquitoes, we get back in touch with them, say, okay, this is a mosquito or this is not a mosquito. If it is a mosquito, what type of mosquito it is possible to do. But for the general public that visits the platform, we should have much more information, what type of mosquitoes were seen, whatever, have a good map, good information, general information about mosquitoes and stuff like that. And I think this is the biggest problem that we have so far, this incapability to have a good platform to provide feedback and information to the participants.
Thank you.
From our perspective, the first barrier, maybe it relates a lot to INET experience. So the target, the species that we work with is beetles, and that's not the most animal kind that is not very loved. Let's say it's not I don't know, beautiful like butterflies. It's not intuitively. It doesn't engage directly people to it. So that's a difficulty to reach people that are outside this specific niche? No, yes? Of nature lovers / academic and scientific people. So that's a difficulty. And also we would add the technology part or / digital literacy. Because as we were saying, as I was saying before, we would like to engage more the older generations, and some of them or most of them, they don't have the knowledge to work with the platform, the app, and so we, in parallel with the app, we actually are getting in our Facebook the chat some pictures and stories about people that, oh, look, in my village I found this one, and I have a story about this. So not all people that we want to engage go naturally and feel comfortable with the app to register their sightings. So maybe I would say that that's a big barrier in our case.
Thank you very much. I just noticed there's a question in the chat, but I will consider as a general question, because the question is basically, don't you feel that the use of communication tools were going to make you lose time from your research activities? I think that this is a general question that might be asked to everybody. I would keep this question as a baseline for all the forthcoming roundtables. So also because we are running out of time, sorry. So thank you very much.
So, hello. Yeah, I will ask the projects for this panel to please come to the table already. Thank you. Thank you so much. Still, Joao missing. Rosa. Oh my God. Siéntate. Yeah. No, you sit down. Yeah. Super. So here we have the 4 projects that will be joining me today. We are going to talk now about a very specific stakeholder. It's the policymakers and the public sector. Here, what we're talking about is, in general terms, politicians, people taking decisions within the administration, and how those people and the public sector relate and are impacted by these projects. I will be super quick with the presentation because you have the blueprint, so you need to read it. And I want to give time to the people here with me today to talk a little bit and to show their experiences, because these projects are super strong projects that did have a big impact. So I want them to have the opportunity to tell you a little bit more about how they did it and how difficult it is. So this is the community of practice that we have. As you see, we have many more projects than the ones who are here tonight, today. We ourselves, in every blueprint, we're asking our goals and our challenges. Again, I will ask them a little bit about that, so you will be knowing a little bit more in a few minutes. They tried somehow to share during these different labs the best practices and to learn from that, from lab, to advance their strategies. And they did a policy action map to target the specific policymaker or the different policymakers that they should be targeting and how to better do it. You can see here a few basic strategies, but they will elaborate a little bit more maybe afterwards, to build alliances, to find the right person. It might be difficult to find the right person, to plan ahead, to support evidence-informed policies, and we will be talking about this specifically, to prepare a direct and a specific message, which is very difficult, and to team up with other organizations to make a single voice stronger towards the public sector. I don't want to come back again about what my colleagues in the project said before, but again, they co-create indicators and they were analyzing what existed already and to select in that process the best ones. They also work on the messages, as you see here, and they try to use innovative tools and channels to do this. These are the barriers that they faced and the mitigation strategies. Those barriers are really difficult ones because they are not one-dimension barrier. You face very complicated and wicked problems, and you need to attack the problem via different strategies and together with different disciplines. And this is very difficult, and we know this is valid for every single problem that you want to attack nowadays. So as they said already, these projects sometimes have lack of resources, personnel, and so on. So for them, it's even more difficult to face those situations. And these are the recommendations, but I left them here, but they will be the ones talking about them, if you don't mind. So first of all, I would like them to present themselves. Maybe we can start here with Elisabetta, and then we go that way. And just 1 minute, if you don't mind, to tell your name, who you are, and a little bit about your projects, okay?
Okay. Good morning, I'm Elisabetta Magenta. I'm a researcher from the Center for Functional Ecology from the University of Coimbra, and my project is invasoras.pt. It's a project where we ask citizens in general to report sightings of invasive plants. But for this specific challenge of NEWSERA, we selected a species and a target audience that was specific. So we selected Falopia japonica, that you probably never heard about it. And we worked with municipalities and conservation agencies and tried to engage them in the mapping and in the management of these species. It was quite hard to distinguish these specific strategies and target audience from the rest that we do with other species and other audiences, but I'll speak about that later.
Thank you. Alejandro?
Hi, I'm Alejandro Sánchez de Miguel from the Complutense University of Madrid. My project is called Cities at Night, mainly because we focus on the cities, because it's where the human presence is more visible. And the problem is that the environmental impact of the artificial light at night, mainly from cities, destroys 50% of the essence of the nature of 50% of the Earth at any given time. Because 50% of the time is night. And most of biodiversity happens at night. Yeah? Many people work in bugs, many people work in a lot of species, happens at night, and also have these impacts on human health, is also a tool for economic, tracing economic activity for many, many reasons. But the problem is that the resources that we have to trace all these impacts are really minimal. The best satellite available have 750 meters resolution. But meantime, we have astronauts at the International Space Station taking images in color, because those images that you know of the Earth at night are fake. Sorry to say, the real ones are in black and white from the satellite. And the color is very important for many, many species and many impacts. But there is, at the same time, astronauts from ESA, from NASA, from JAXA, from Roscosmos, from JAXA, taking images from the International Space Station with 5-meter resolution, 750, 5 meters, also everything in between. But all those images are sitting on the NASA archive without being used, with a commercial value of 1,000 euros per image, but they are there without any use. So we are fighting to get those images accessible for researchers, and also to get the topic of the light pollution on the public agenda. And
that's it.
That's it. Yeah, basically
okay.
it's that.
João.
Hello, my name is João. I come from Portugal, from nearby Lisbon. I work in a small association called Canto Curió, and the work we've been doing, it's with the community that lives in a precarious settlement for about 75 years, mostly constituted by migrants from different origins, but within the Portuguese-speaking world. And so there are several communities like this in Portugal. They don't get the spotlight in the media. So a very important thing for us is that the agency of what we do is not ours, but belongs to the people. So this project has been running for 8 years. We have a funded research on oceanography about local risks where this community lives. It's about 2,000 people that live there. And so this, our fitting here in the NEWSERA, it was very, very meaningful for us to be able to structure a strategy and engage the policymakers, because it's been a very difficult time lately.
Thank you, João. Rosa.
Hello again. I'm here not as the coordinator of NEWSERA, but as the coordinator of DNOSIS. So I'm changing hats now. And very briefly, I will explain what we did at DNOSIS. In our case, we are a similar situation as Alejandro, but instead of light pollution, we are tackling odor pollution. We started, the focus was at the beginning industrial odor pollution, like coming from waste management plants, wastewater treatment plants, and any other type of activities that emit odors. And we wanted to first validate a methodology based on citizen science to monitor odor pollution. The trick here is that we don't need external sensors. We all have the best one to measure odor, which is our noses. So this is an advantage for citizen science. We already have the tool, but we created a tool also on the phone to collect the data. And we were validating this in 10 countries, in Europe, Chile, and Uganda, taking into account all the different social and economic contexts, and also inclusivity aspects for using the digital tools, for example. And at the same time, we have this policy objective to advocate for a common regulatory framework or national framework or something, because this is an under-regulated issue and is the second cause of complaint after noise by people. So a lot of citizens are affected in Europe. Around 30% of the complaints come from odors. And they are unprotected. So for us, the policy part was really, really important.
Thank you. Thank you to the four of you. And as you can see, what they are doing is really reaching to have an impact in our public sector, changing policies, changing maybe legislative processes, and for me, if I can say, giving science advice also to the public policy, which is very important, and we will be talking about this later on. For now, I would like you to ask you about the barriers and the difficulties you face, because this is what you did is amazing, but the way was quite difficult, and I know that. So maybe we can start from the end now. Rosa, you can start telling us about the barriers you face.
Yes, a lot of barriers. First one, we needed to create a multi-level governance model for multi-level engagement of citizens and policymakers, because others are local, so we have to act in the local level with city councils or environmental authorities in charge of that area, but then you have the national level with the specific policies, and then you have the European level. In different countries, for example in Germany, there is a lot of regulation in odor pollution for years. It's the most advanced one. Following a different methodology that was inspiring me to create the citizen science one, which was field panels. But in Spain, for example, there is no regulation, and the competencies are at the municipal level, meaning that municipalities can create ordinances to protect citizens from odor pollution. But for example, in Portugal, you have the competencies at the national level. So you first need a national regulation, and then the municipalities can take this framework, let's say. So we really need to tackle all this multi-level governance, taking into consideration the European level, but also the national level in the different countries where we were working in, 10. And then in the local level through our pilots. And this was really, really difficult. I can explain more, but maybe
So
later.
you have to face several levels of lobbying,
Yes.
different culture, mind, people also,
Yes.
because of course to have a politician in the local level has nothing to do with the general administration at the national level, or even going to the parliament and talking to an MP who has a completely different agenda. So for you to realize how difficult it is to adapt your message, communication, and so on to the right person. So please let it there, and then maybe listen to Joao how the difficulties you face.
Yes, it's a very difficult topic because we are trying to pass the mic to someone that usually doesn't have that place, to that standpoint, to be able to speak with policymakers. So we work more on a local level also, like trying to involve the city hall of this area, like the city, Almada is the name of the city, just facing Lisbon. And the main barriers, there have been like mostly prejudice, authoritarianism, populism. And so we've been, during this period, engaged in conversations that weren't actually logical, that weren't actually coming to be fruitful. So, and the lack of visibility is also a big issue, because the mass media reproduce the content. Of course, we are used to consider and to trust certain outlets of media that are actually having a more direct connection to the public authorities. So it's very difficult to break through that.
To pass your message.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Alejandro.
Have been very, very challenging. Things that we learn is that obviously we have to work in network. You cannot do what Rosa was saying, tackle the European, national, regional, local level alone. You need to work with more people. Sometimes it's easier to the biggest than the local. I have been advising the government of the Czech Republic during their presidency for European regulations, but I had not been able to meet the representatives of my town hall. At the regional level, there's a lot of lobbying problems, so you have to register as a lobby, and the bureaucracy is really difficult. Even if you are a public employee, no, like researchers, we have to go through, you were a lobby instead of a part of the administration. And we see that the personal relations are crucial. It's a bit sad, and I'm very happy that, for example, what the Science Foundation of Spain is doing now with the Parliament, because it seems like the citizens don't have the channel to take to their representatives, no, or even the researchers, no. And so I really see how that's really, really crucial, because then you can have this thing, no? Because of a coincidence, you have a contact in the Czech government, and you can talk with them very easily. Then with the Spanish government, it depends. One ministry is very easy and the other one is impossible. So it's really a bit crazy.
Thank you. Okay.
So for Invasoras.pt, our project has 10 years now, and we have a lot of connections with the citizens and the entities and the municipalities, and so to get to them it was not difficult. And for the specific species that we choose for this project, we already had the working group that started a bit before NEWSERA. So we had to reach them it was at national and municipal level, it was easy. The hard part is for them to have the time and the availability to do the citizen science, to go to the field, search for the species, and then be able to have the resources and the time to manage it and to change what is in the field. That's our, trying to focus on the citizen science part of the project, that it's to report the sightings, and that then can be an information that is useful for the management of the species, but also for scientists to know better the species and know better how to manage it. So I think it's a bit different from all of you. Trying to focus on the citizen science part and extract everything else that we do.
I would like to ask you if you think this is a matter of trust, because we know that, as Aleksandra was mentioning, and we have the example in the National Science Office in the Parliament, we are using scientific evidence coming from citizen science projects, because those evidence are for us as valid as the ones of scientists or researchers publishing in the high level. Sometimes they in fact publish very well. So we are using that, and we are showing that these relevant evidence are needed to be included somehow and to take into matter that. But I feel that trust is a very important key question here in the equation of bilateral relationship with policymakers. Do you think somehow they don't trust you? What do you think about that? And you can maybe, if you want to start, it's fine for me.
From our part, I don't know who you are and what you know about invasive species, but there is national and European legislation on invasive species and species that are listed and that are forbidden and have restrictions. And so the species that we choose, it's from the national list in Portugal, and we have to have a national plan to manage that species according to the regulation. And that's one of the outputs of this project with NEWSERA also. But we feel that all the data that we get from the citizens is treated equally as the data that is from the researchers. And this is also at European level. The European institution that deals with the invasive species and with the legislation and implementation of the legislation receives data from the citizen science platforms and not only from the technicians or the scientists. So at that level, I feel that they trust us. And I've participated in a cost action about citizen science and invasive species all over Europe, and many of the countries they face different trust issues, but many of them already have citizen science projects collecting data that then it's used for the implementation of the legislation and for the science. Of course, we need to have some validation, and there is trust issues, but I think it's possible to try to implement validation methods and to make that better trustful in a way that you can use it at multiple levels.
Alejandro, do you feel that in Spain they trust your data?
Yes and no. No, in terms of, I think there's a lot of different cultures, very different when you are talking with a politician than when you are talking with a technician. Even the background of the technician is completely different if it's an engineer or if it's a scientist. Engineers, they are more on the side of the industry, they are the standards, and is their way, even if they have scientific training, but is what they are used to. Politicians, I think in general, they trust you, but with a bit of regard, no? Because they are scared of how you could use the data, so you have to be very careful. And I think when you face a technician that has a scientific background, a biologist, then they really trust you, no? And I think it's a bit of the culture of each segment, no? And that's a bit of the problem, no? That maybe we need to be more interdisciplinary and have more communication between all these stakeholders, no? The politicians, the technicians, and the academia. So we solve these culture gaps.
Yeah, maybe the technician can convince the politician at one point. So you have to take into consideration who are you talking to, at what level, and how the chain will be happening afterwards in order to be more effective. And this is very important because they have very different agendas, they have very different objectives. They are pressured by different means. A politician probably will be pressured by the media, but a technician will be pressured by the rigorous data that they're facing. So you have to take this into account. Okay? Joao.
Yes, and in our case, we have some researchers and institutions involved that help to establish that dialogue, or we would hope so. When you have like the University of Lisbon, the civil engineering lab, and the research unit in France that was leading the way. These are all established researchers that have commitments to the policymakers. But in fact, the issue of trust didn't go as we would like, because as the city decided, like 6 months ago, to destroy about 80 houses in 6 days and resettle in theory, for the media, they were resettling about 66 families. In practice, many, they lost the right to housing. So we had a turn in our work during this project that we had to work with this new reality. So we are very thankful to Fondation de France that it was our sponsor. It's very good also sometimes strategically have some international presence in a territory, especially if you deal with such wicked issues also on a social level. They can also help to give you money and give you conditions to go forward. But the trust with the policymakers, it's a big topic if you're talking about black and brown people. And this is very present here in Belgium, as we've been facing like these talks about our colonial past, also in Belgium. Not so much in Portugal. Like, of course, we always say that the lawn is always greener on the other side, right? So we always criticize our standing and our cultural standpoint. But I really think it's very lacking, the dialogue in Portugal. And when we talk about social representation, if you think about how many black and brown people have access to positions of power, is really tragic. You have a lot of celebration of the colonial past in our culture, and if you come to face it and you try to be honest, that's really a big issue of trust that you have right there. Because when people come to intervene in these kind of places, they forget they're going into people's homes and they just see the needs, because there's no actual social assistance taking place. And we are talking about this community I work with, but we could be working about the asylum crisis that we are passing also here in Brussels. So, yeah, it's...
Thank you, Joe. Rosa, if you don't mind, because I think we overview already about this issue, I'd like to ask you something. When engaging to policymakers, if your proposals did engage with a specific party, political party, and how do you manage that coincidence or clash with the certain parliamentary people? How do you deal with that if you face that situation?
Okay, just let me add very shortly something about trust, because for us it's key as well, and because there is no regulation on other pollution, you still need more so that you are listened. And in our case, for example, because we want environmental agencies, for example, to uptake our data officially, And I really agree with your comment between the differences on politicians and technicians. Politicians, you need to gain their trust, probably aligning with their policy agendas so that you can solve a problem which is common for them. Maybe it's not odor pollution, it's something related that you can hook on that and convince them to do a study, for example. But in the case of the technicians, you really need to prove the validity of your data. And in our case, we have been working since 2019 in Spain with a working group to develop a technical standard, which is called Citizen Science for the Monitoring of Odor Pollution. That's it. And it's almost about to be published by UNE, which is the Spanish standardization body. We are very happy about that. And when this will happen, then we will have much more chances than the city councils or the environmental authorities or any politicians would like to take our methodology or citizen science methodology because it would be standardized officially. And this will help hopefully to gain trust. And regarding the colors of the party, I think it's very, very important. I remember when we first did our exercise on co-creating the communication strategies, we even thought like, yeah, we need to go to the left-handed parties because they are more, in favor of citizen engagement and so on. Maybe we can, because we don't have infinite resources, we need to prioritize and just do some stalking also to the politicians and see if they would be willing or not to do something like that and do citizen engagement. This is something I think important to analyze and then prioritize your actions to see if you are more likely to be successful or not. But I want to explain very, very briefly what happened at the European level, because we organized an event in the European Parliament to present the final results of the DNOSIS project, the green paper on odor pollution, our governance roadmaps for in the national levels, etc. And we invited there all types of stakeholders, so citizens, also industries, also policymakers, the Commission was there, and so on. And for us, it was really, really hard to organize the event. I mean, to reach the European Parliament. We were trying to do that for almost 1 year. And we were reaching out a lot of policy groups and MMPs, different colors of parties and everything. I was hoping that the Green Party would listen to us or something. And no, at the end, the one that really supported the event was from the the Popular Party, a Greece MMP that believed in the cause and supported us, and she was the one. She was involved in the, I think, climate or energy or something like that working group in the Parliament, and she was the one trusting us and supporting the event. And thanks to her, we were able to do the.
Okay, but what I wanted to ask you is, if it's a good idea to do that, is it a good idea to go via one party? Do you think the other parties will perceive you as neutral, impartial, if you are doing activism via one party? And this is my question, because when you try to present science evidence or scientific evidence and data, you need also to have in mind that you're not the one making the decisions. This is another dimension that should be taken into account while taking decisions. Normally we live in representative democracies, and these are not technocracies. So we will be there, the scientific agenda will be there, and the knowledge, but other things might be taken into consideration, like even ideological, political ideas, values, budget, social harm, collateral effects, etc. So just wanted to know if you did your approach via one party or you try to tackle everyone.
I pass the mic, but from my experience now, I would say that it's more a matter of personal relationships, as Alejandro mentioned, than the color of the party, I think.
In our case, also we tried to reach all the parties that were represented in the city hall. But actually the ones that adhered that had a vision, like were present, they were more the left wing. In power, we had this socialist party, Partido Socialista in Portugal, which in my opinion is a socialist in name. The socialist roots there are a bit away. Of course, that it's like you said, it's very important to have this pluralist aspect, because it can be based on personal bonds, you know, like some relations that you establish, and suddenly you have a viewpoint, you have an entrance point. But really, in our case, trying to establish a constructive dialogue with the public power, with the executive power of the city hall, and then afterwards with other, like with the judicial power and everything. It's been very difficult because it's an authoritarian presence. So you have one person concentrating the power. In this case, we have a mayor called Inês de Medeiros, that she's very authoritarian, and it's very difficult to establish any kind of meaningful with consequence. Yeah. But it was mostly the left wing that ended up like following us and being with us. So there's two other parties in Portugal with whom we ended up establishing relationships, also bonds. You know, I think it's very important, this case of the human relation. Yeah.
Alejandro.
I believe that as researchers we are public employees, so we should not take part on the political game. Other thing is that it's personal relations, and even inside the same party, they can contradict each other. So it's really dangerous. Anything that you say supporting someone or even advising someone. So it's really dangerous. But so that's why I really try to stick to the data and to the publications, and not make comments. So I have my own opinions, but to try to not overpass certain limits, because that, I think, they can really see you as a threat if you pass that limits.
So basically you say that you have to stay in your role, you're not the one making decisions, you are the one advising.
For this specific project, we didn't work with the politics. I mean, for these species, this Falloppia japonica, and the working group, we do have some municipal politicians involved, and they are very from the different parties, and they are quite interested in trying to solve the problem. But I wouldn't call this citizen science, the part of citizen science. I guess everyone is speaking about the different dimensions of the project. If I think in the different dimensions, we are contacted by many different politicians and from different parties. We never, we always maintain ourselves neutral and don't associate with the parties, but we do accept the invitations and go and discuss with them. For the NEWSERA, we had planned a science cafe in the National Parliament to speak about invasive species and the need to engage the policymakers, but then we realized that format doesn't work very well, so we gave up on that. But we were contacted by several parties about issues of management of the invasive species, not particularly the part of citizen science, but citizen research in general. And we don't feel that it's only one or the other. I mean, I can recall from both extremes, from left to right, they contact us. I mean, because it's a problem, not the part of the citizen science again, but the part of solving the problems that we have in the country, the invasive species, that it's very serious.
Okay, I have to finish, but I want just to let them 30-second sentence. Tell us what was your big success. The biggest success you have in the project, the biggest impact in 30 seconds. So maybe Rosa?
After the event in the Parliament, the Committee of the Regions, who was invited, just proposed an amendment to the Zero Pollution Action Plan, which is part of the Green Deal. And they asked us to introduce a paragraph just stating the importance of monitoring other pollution and of using citizen science for this. Now we have the paragraph there. I don't know what will happen after or how to use the paragraph, but for sure it can be very powerful.
So you change legislation.
Oh, well.
Joao.
Yeah, for us the biggest impact was more like not with our targets, but with the civil society. So there was the engagement of several people and organizations and partners that we came to join as part of that common struggle. So that's a very positive thing. Yeah, and it's also a path for, because when we talk about social participation, whether you're talking about science or arts or whatever, you're actually exploring a new avenue. So we're like inventing a bit the future. I think it's my opinion. Yeah.
Super. Alejandro.
I think our best was the collaboration with the Czech government, obviously, and being able to be part of the discussion that they held in Brno, because it was really key to fix one wrong scientifically way that the European Environmental Agency was taking, because they didn't got the right advice. And I think thanks that we were there, probably they will go on the right path, and also that we were able to show the potential, on tracing the light pollution through these techniques.
So you were listened?
Huh?
You were listened?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And you, Elisabeth?
I would say two things. The most policy relevant thing, it was that we managed that the conservation agency contracted us to make the national action plan for the species, but it's not only because of the citizen science part, okay? But it was part of that. And the other one was that we multiplied by many times the locations that we had along the country, and this is a very green stuff, not very nice, so people just don't see it. So for us to get many more records and to know better where it is, it was also very good.
So please, a big applause for them, because it's really amazing. And thank you for listening to us, and hopefully other projects might see and follow you. You're the leaders. Thank you.
And now Christina will come, right? Let's hear about academic scientists.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes, let's move for academia, and I think you are glad that you can see my head moving from one side to the other. It's going to be the moving head presentation. So, good morning to everyone. Yeah, I needed to make a joke before I started, just to loosen up a little bit. So before talking about the blueprint, and because we worked a lot during NEWSERA, we did a lot of different things. And one of the things that we also tackled and wanted to explore a little bit further from what has been done before was the question of recognition, because we are talking about citizen science, science communication. So this is a wonderful project that joined these two interesting and very important areas. To obtain the most of the potential of these two areas, citizen science and science communication, of course, we need, and to bring the results to society, we need to further engage the scientific community. And to get them involved and encourage their involvement, there are several barriers and but also several incentives that we can find to engage academic scientists in these two areas, mostly in science communication. This has been tackled and explored widely in literature, the questions of incentives and disincentives for academic researchers to be involved in science communication. So it's nothing new. Of course, this was also a problem or an issue that even the European Commission wanted to tackle. That is why we also explored it in NEWSERA. It was part of the SWOF's 19 call, and it was explored by some of our sister projects before, such as Concise or Rethink. And, okay, it's working, wonderful. So, main incentives to communicate science, they were already shown up by several, as I mentioned, previous projects, but also in literature you can find social commitment, personal benefits. It helps to build relationships with the public. So many incentives for academic scientists to engage in science communication. But let's go for the barriers, because these are the ones that usually we want to tackle. And of course, time. Everybody talks about time. Time is the main constraint. That's why it's on the first place here. Also, these are just some examples, okay? The list of incentives and disincentives is long, but it's just some examples here. Of course, no significant funding for science communication is one of the barriers, but we would like to go to one of the barriers that it is many times mentioned by academic scientists, which is the lack of recognition of these activities in terms of evaluation of the scientific careers, talking about, of course, academic scientists. So why are academic scientists and researchers in general not many times very much involved in science communication? It's because this is not recognized in formal evaluation of scientific careers. But, so this is all explored. So what we wanted to bring new within NEWSERA was to look for solutions for this, try to look for the solutions, because the barriers and the incentives are identified. How can we solve this problem, or which ways can we look for solutions to overcome these barriers? So what we did, and this was a testing floor, we did do it only in Portugal, but we set up a series of 3 workshops involving 3 main universities in the Lisbon area, but involving not only, because many times what we do is we speak with the researchers, we speak with the science communicators. We, in fact, tested this before in a science communication conference, but no, we need to also involve those who are in the decision places within academia. So we really involved representatives of universities and faculties directing boards, and representatives of heads of the research units to see what they had to say about this. And it was really interesting to listen and to put everyone into talk with each other. So the special focus and the main aim was to look for the lack of recognition of science communication in an academic career. And we gather groups that mixed all those representatives, so heads of, even deans were present, deans of universities were present, and we mixed them with the researchers in science communication. So that they could explore and brainstorm in identifying solutions, but also brainstorm and identify possible actions and also the actors that would need to be involved, okay? It was a very nice experience, and we have to say it's a very good testing floor to be explored further. And we asked those people that participated in those 3 workshops to look for possible solutions at 3 levels: institutional level, national level, of course this is restricted to the Portuguese level because it was done in Portugal, and at the European level, okay? So we asked them to look for main solutions, and you can find all this information in the policy brief that you just received, so it is summarized over there. But it's really interesting to see here that the institutional level, what the participants, the solutions they feel like are needed. Of course, overall, it's we need incentives are needed for people to participate in science communication, but of course, many of the, a great part of that incentive has to do on how this participation in science communication activities is evaluated, looking for evaluation indicators and metrics to give value and reward to what is being done in terms of science communication. Of course, there were other solutions that came up, such as institutional rewards or increased visibility. Also, another interesting thing that came up was the use of citizen science and citizen participation and engagement as ways to improve the quality and direction of research. So these were the main solutions that came up. I have to mention that having these workshops being done and involving all those participants from different levels opened up a discussion that many of the institutions never thought was needed. So it opened up a way for them to start thinking very, very clearly that they need to change the way they look at science communication. That was really nice because many times the deciders within the institutions have an idea, but they do not discuss with their colleagues because they were discussing with colleagues. So this opened up the view for them to think clearly that they really need to change the environment at the institutional level, because that one they can change. And they were open to start, in some of the institutions, they were really open to start implementing some of these solutions and clearly think about how to improve these indicators and create an evaluation and improve the way they evaluate science communication. At the national level, of course, increased funding is always, for science communication, funding is, besides time, I think time and funding are the ones that are always together. So increased funding for science communication, of course, so that people are more prompt to do science communication. Also include science communication since the beginning in research projects. Also invest in cross-training, because that is needed to train not only researchers to improve the way they do science communication, but also train professional science communicators to learn a little bit more about scientific aspects if they do not have that background, because sometimes they do not have that background. And this was very interesting to make science communication an integral part of education and lifelong learning. And for that, it would be needed some, of course, intervention from funding agencies and ministries. But again, this really worked, and it is something that we would like to mention. It would be interesting to replicate these workshops, because at the institutional level, some of the institutions that participated in these workshops, they are now willing to integrate science communication as an integral part of education in their faculties or universities. So it worked as a trigger for institutional change, at least. At the European level, well, from the main idea that nothing needs to be changed at this level because science communication is already recognized, this was mentioned, but many of the participants told no, there are things that need to be done also at the European level, like, of course, a view of creating key indicators that would not go only at the institutional level, but at the European level. That would come top down. But it's interesting, this view that these key indicators could be discussed and explored at a European level. Dedicate also some budget for communication in projects funded at the European level, and also professionalize science communication at the European level. These were some of the main solutions identified. As part of NEWSERA Legacy, because these workshops were done in collaboration with ENJOI, these outputs in collaboration, the roadmap has been developed to implement the suggested solutions at the European levels. This is something that will be continued by ENJOI, and so this was a very fruitful collaboration, and doing this in collaboration was really nice, because at the European level we can now see if any changes and any of the solutions that were thought could be implemented. So this is a legacy of NEWSERA, but it was done in collaboration with ENJOI. So for this part, we would like to acknowledge, of course, all the collaboration of all the participants and the institutions that collaborated in this, and have to tell that they really liked being part of this, because as mentioned, they never stopped to think about this clearly. So it was a very nice opportunity to discuss this and to really think about possible solutions and how they can implement them. Okay? So this is the first part. I have another presentation, so I don't know if there are any doubts regarding this. No time for a question? Okay. No time for questions afterwards, sorry. The moving ahead, okay. Could you put the next one? Thank you. So, now the blueprint. The blueprint with and for scientists. So, we would like, again, to acknowledge the entire community of practice that collaborated to bring the blueprint on career scientists, academic scientists. It was a wonderful pathway that we did, a long way, and it involved all these people. Without them, it would not be possible to come up with this very nice blueprint. And the target audience of the blueprint was, of course, citizen science researchers, but also communication managers within citizen science projects, academy scientists interested in implementing citizen science initiatives. So academic scientists, researchers in general, all interested in implementing citizen science. So this is the target audience from the blueprints. And what did we wanted to achieve? Many times when we talk about citizen science, although the word science clearly is there, it's the second word. Fortunately, citizen is the first one. But we forget that researchers and scientists also are needed to be involved. So increased involvement of researchers and academics in citizen sciences is really needed, because we believe, because we work in this area, that researchers and scientists are all involved in citizen science. They all know what citizen science is, but that's not the case. It's a very small community. So spreading the word, it doesn't harm anyone. If who wants to collaborate, wonderful. And so this was the idea, to get to more and increase the involvement of researchers and academics in citizen science, to show the benefits and potential that can come from to improve their research. But the challenges here, and we spoke, this is related with what I mentioned before in the other presentation, is that many times researchers do not want to engage in these citizen science activities, because they need to focus on their research. They have pressure to publish, intensive workload, lack of time to engage in other activities, and they do not see the potential of citizen science. Many times they also believe that citizen science is only and solely science communication. They do not see the scientific part of citizen science. And I feel like there is no recognition in getting involved in citizen science. So these were the main challenges to get involved in citizen science. The targets, of course, the scientific community in general, and also, of course, researchers that participate and create citizen science projects, but also those who are skeptical about it and do not know what citizen science. So we want this blueprint to get to all of these people. But we would not do this without, of course, all the projects that were specifically involved in the production of this blueprint that targeted their communication actions into these stakeholders. And we have here, we will speak later with two representatives, but those are all the projects that were involved in these labs dedicated to academic researchers and career scientists. And so this was explained previously because the process was the same for all the stakeholders, so all the target audiences. They co-designed communication strategies. Here there are only some examples from some of the projects that collaborated in these labs. And after co-designing these strategies, they try to implement those strategies, and the main messages in the case of how to better communicate and get to career scientists, academic scientists, most of the messages come from the need to show that citizen science data can be used for research. This was one of the main messages, and that citizen science is also, it's part of scientific environment. It's not only science communication. Citizen science is science in itself, but it's also a wonderful vehicle to connect with science, with society, connect both science with the remaining society, and that the researchers' participation is really valuable. So in terms of innovative tools, well, the main idea in what tools to achieve, it's to take citizen science to the places where scientists are. So it's very important to bring citizen science and examples of citizen science to places where the researchers are conducting their own research. For example, conferences in scientific areas, not only those dedicated to citizen science. So bring this to where the scientists are, and also embed citizen science in scientific practices, also in training, for example, for scientists. But there are many other innovative tools or tools and channels that could be implemented that were explored by the projects, but just to bring an overall idea. And of course, with this implementation of these communication strategies, what is expected is that more scientific knowledge, of course, is created, more openness to know citizen science projects and scientific collaboration, create more scientific collaborations, even create theses or scientific projects that really involved science communication. The main barriers, of course, we mentioned also before, but one of them, and I will highlight probably this one, is the distrust on data quality and validation, okay? There is still, and this was mentioned before, on the data that is explored. It was curious that Elisabetta mentioned that in the specific case of invasoras, there is not that distrust that much on the quality of the data, but most projects mention this as one of the researchers many times do not want to use their data because they feel that the data is not of good quality to be explored in research. There are many others. So, most recommendations. So, yeah, really, involve researchers and academics. Citizen science projects should try to involve researchers and academics, mainly from different areas also, and go beyond the citizen science bubble. And also contact science broadcasters and research centers to collaborate and to outreach other publics. Foster networking with scientists in other disciplines. That is very important, and it was something that really worked well during NEWSERA, was bringing different research areas into connection, and this was really, really, it's a big recommendation that should be done, is to foster networking among other disciplines, and, also, improve the communication materials, make sure to communicate science within the project, so show the science that is behind the project, make it clear that citizen science is doing science, is producing new knowledge, and of course advocate for higher investment in science dissemination. It is needed to show what is being done in the citizen science projects, okay? Also show the value of citizen science projects, lobby more and promote open science. So you can see all of this in the blueprints and explore it more. Just for a case of a successful story, and we brought this one, which was really interesting because it's the case of a project Rios Potáveis, that being part of this, of NEWSERA, made them rethink citizen science, in a sense that they were actually not doing that much science within the citizen science projects. They were mostly doing educational communication, so science education, not actually producing science results. And being part of this, of NEWSERA, of these workshops, made them rethink and really contact universities and try to, if the project continues, there is a doubt if it will continue or not, but if it keeps working, then now they have clear connections with universities in the sense that data will be used for research, because they didn't have that component in the project. They actually realized we are not doing citizen science, we are doing science education, which is nice, but not actually citizen science. And so this was really nice to be part of this NEWSERA process to realize this. And now, we have this, I know. I know. We have these two invited guests that more and better than we will tell us about their experience and how it was to be part of NEWSERA. As Anna did, I would like you to briefly introduce yourselves and explain a little bit of your project, because you will do it much better than I will. I had something prepared here, but better for you to explain. And so we have two pilots here. There were plenty of more, but this will. So Christina.
Is it working?
No.
Is it working now?
Yes.
Yes. So my name is Cristina Castracani, and I am an ethologist, and I work at the University of Parma. And I'm here because I'm the leader of the project, of the citizen science project that is called School of Ants. In our project, we basically wanted to understand if we can use ants as bioindicators in urban environments. So if we can use ants to understand the human impact on urban biodiversity. But when we started this research, that was scientific research, we understood that we miss a very important information. So which are the ant species that live in our towns? Basically, when we started, we didn't have a checklist of species because researchers probably want to study in other interesting places, and towns and cities are not so interesting. Maybe, I guess that's my opinion. And so we thought that citizen science could be a very useful approach because we needed a lot of data, because we needed data, we wanted to have data from all the, at national level, let's say, and so we didn't have the resource in time of money and time and people. And the other aspect was that it's a very easy question, very easy to understand, very difficult to answer, but very easy to understand. So it was a possible field for citizen science. So we started the project, and we then decided what type of citizens we wanted to involve. And we decided for schools and teachers, students, let's say students and teachers, because in Italy we have this problem that is related to the teaching of scientific topics. So the teachers want to find new way to touch science, let's say, an end-on experience, and so try new way to teach science. So that was the beginning of our project.
Very well. Yeah. Thinking about citizen science in cities with ants, yeah, we actually see them every summer, so. Okay, Jose.
Hello, my name is José Antonio Blanco. I came from the National Wildlife Research Institute in Spain. It's a mixed institute from the Universidad de Castilla-La Mancha and the Consejo Superior de Investigaciones Científicas. And we were the coordinator of the Mammal Net project. This project, as you can imagine for the name, the Mammal Net is related with mammals. And this project is related with other projects that we are doing related with the distribution of wildlife at European scale, and was promoted by the EFSA, the European Food and Safety Agency, because they were interested in how to incorporate the data of wildlife within the risk assessment for the health, not only of the food, but also of the humans, and the wildlife component is really important for that. The question is that when they try to looking for this information to incorporate in the modelization of the risk assessment, the available information at European scale was not available. So we started to localize information, to compile information from different sources, to try to understand or to incorporate this information to the models. One of the points that we identified is some region of Europe was not possible to collect information. So we suggest to use the citizen science approach to improve the data collection. And this is more or less the origin of the MammalNet project. This means that we were mainly technicians or researchers working for agency, and we started with a new approach where the communication is really important and probably with not enough knowledge about the problem. We use different approaches from citizens, occasional records with apps, using camera traps, a device to collect the presence of animals, but also with systematic systems to collect data using researchers. And this is the part that we are going to talk about during this part.
Yeah. No, I can start by you. Yeah, let's do it this way. I think it's easy. You are with the microphone. So, yeah, in terms of involving researchers in citizen science, and because usually when we think about citizen science, the main stakeholder we think about, or the main target audience is the citizens in general, society in general. But in this case, the challenge was to look for the involvement of researchers. So what were the main challenges that you faced? Was it easy? And any difficulties in engaging with researchers? Any trust was mentioned before by Rosa, but it's also a big word in terms of citizen science with researchers and research environments. So what were the main challenges that you faced when trying to target researchers and involve them in your approach?
Well, yes, we found a lot challenge, a lot. It's not easy to work sometimes with the researchers. In fact, we can say that for one part was not very successful, but we will see that after that it was successful because we had to learn and to listen what was the problem. They have to participate. The main problem when you are working with the proposal that we did with the researchers was that they had to use one harmonized way to collect data. This means that they have to incorporate a lot of effort to perform the field sampling and after to use the help of the citizens. And like the citizens approach has I think it's really important to comment this point that the open approach of the data, they have some concerns because they have to do all the work in the field and after to release the data. And this could be a problem for them because, okay, we are investing a lot of time, we have to invest a lot of money, resources, and after I have to release the data in a short time. So this was not the best way for them. And then we use other approach that, okay, let's go to think if this is a problem to obtain a collaborative science that at the end is our objective, we're going to looking for other different way. You can collect the data. We are not asking you in a short time the data, but after in the future, when you publish, you can share this information. This is more or less what the people used to talk about the embargo of the data. And to be flexible with this situation of embargo, that is the way we try to solve a little the collaboration. In this moment, within this project, we generate the European Wildlife Observatory, and this moment, there are 50 different study areas in Europe working with standardized methodology. Today or yesterday, I think they published, EFSA published the first, one of the report with the estimation of the density of wild boar, one of the focus species in the project. And I think we have the opportunity to improve not only for wild boar, for ungulates, for carnivores, for other species, and could be an opportunity. But it was not easy.
Not very easy, yeah. Christina.
So, was it easy or not speaking with researcher or working with researcher? I can say yes, because basically I am a researcher.
You're a researcher.
And so I have the same language, so I speak the same language, so absolutely it was easy from my point of view, from our point of view of the group, because basically we are all researchers. But at the same time it was difficult because we have the same bias, we have the same limits. And so, for example, one thing, when we started with NEWSERA project, okay, let's involve more researchers. But basically, I don't need more researchers because I am the researcher in my project. So why I should involve other researchers? But then you have to think a little bit about this. And NEWSERA helped us a lot because you have different researchers with different skills, and so they can help you to make your project more strong, also in the eyes of other researchers, because that's the big problem, is that we are, citizen science project always still have to demonstrate that there is science inside, and that's the most difficult thing. But I think things are changing. I don't know at the European but for example, in Italy at my university, but at national level, usually university was evaluated in the past following two main points: didactics, so the courses that university produce, and the research, so the publication and etc. But now, for example, there is what is called the third mission, that is everything that is connected with the public in general. So it can be technological transfer, so collaboration with other industries, but also science, communication, public involvement, and citizen science. So now I think it's a little bit easier because a little bit researchers are, I mean, it's important now in their CV to have this part because they can use it, basically.
You mentioned something that is, you are already a researcher and involving other researchers, it would not make sense. But taking on that, and because I know of other projects that also, of course, participate in this workshop, and they are also researchers, but in a specific field. And this collaboration within NEWSERA opened up the floor to collaborate with researchers in other fields. So open their data to be worked and by other fields of research. For example, one of the projects, what they did is that they released the data to be worked by data scientists, to be to the geospatial approaches in terms of master's thesis. Do you see that potential also in citizen science in terms of collaboration with other researchers? You can, I can start by you.
Yes, definitely, because I mean, citizen science is collaboration. The key words of citizen science is collaboration between different stakeholders, but also researchers are very different and then can give you everything. I mean, they can, everyone can help to improve your project. As for example, when we started, we had a clear scientific question, so our background was clearly from a scientific background, but we didn't think about how to, for example, evaluate the project. I mean, for us, the best way to evaluate the project was to have publication, scientific publication on collected data. But, I mean, you have other different ways to evaluate the project. So we started to think about questionnaires for the students that participate to the project, but we were not able to do this because it's not our field of expertise. It's the field of expertise of other type of researchers. So, I mean, it's absolutely very important. And I have to thank NEWSERA project because he opened from our mind from this point, of view. But I think there is a lot of work to do with researchers because we are still a very few researchers that understand really the potential of citizen science. And so, I mean, it's very important to try to let them, other researchers, to understand the potentialities, the limit also, because citizen science cannot answer every question.
Yeah, of course.
But you can use the correct approach on this sense. And that's a thing. And maybe researchers like to learn. I mean, researcher studies. So if we try to improve these aspects, it could be a way to engage more researchers.
Thank you. Jose Antonio.
In our case, we came from the ecology and the data analysis, so in this case was not an improvement of the engagement of this kind of researchers because we were involved in this part. But now we have started during the last year with the education part of the project, working also in schools in similar way, and we have get to engage people from education faculties and researchers interested also in the education part of the project.
And this has been also is interesting because we have started to work with kids with few years, I don't know the primary, but also with special education.
Okay. We have to finish? Oh my. 30-second answer. What was the best of NEWSERA, what NEWSERA brought for your project and for your collaboration?
A new way of thinking to the involvement of researcher in our project, and probably also that we were able to engage students. And I think one of the best success is that some of these students, we found them again at the university. So we met first them at secondary school, and then we had in our university. So.
Great. You,
okay. In our case, what we have learned is we have limitations with this part, and probably we need help, more help, to do these things in a better way. And also probably we comment, or it is commented in the meeting, the professionalization of this approach probably will be also interesting to be considered. This is what we have learned.
Thank you very much. We would like to stay here all morning, not possible.
So thank you very much for being with us in this first morning of the NEWSERA Final Conference. We are now going for a lunch break, so we will be back at 2:15. And we will continue with the blueprints, specifically regarding industry and science and data journalists. And then also focusing on what will be the near future for NEWSERA projects and also our sister projects from the SOFS 19. So the emission will stop now, but we will be back. So thank you very much.
Sorry, just a word for everyone from the pilot projects. If it's okay, at 2, okay, sharp, I will call you all to do a quick interview, like collective interview. So we could, I will call you from here, but the idea is to meet there, and then we'll go in the first floor. That should be quiet and peaceful. So sorry to interrupt your lunch, but thank you. I'm not gonna hurt you, I promise. Ok. Anche voi, anche.
Guarda, ci ho pensato 5 minuti soltanto perché devo dire, quando mi hanno portato a vedere i vari... Perché c'erano due cose che mi facevano pensare. Una è che una volta che tu entri a Google, poi puoi anche muoverti tra le varie sedi. Quindi per esempio io conoscevo gente che poi andava a vivere a New York, ma ho capito che l'ufficio comunicazione non faceva parte di questo giro, perché l'ufficio comunicazione è proprio nazionale, quindi non sarebbe mai successo. E l'altra cosa che mi aveva un po' attirato è il fatto che per 2 anni io ho avuto uno stipendio notevole, che il 27 del mese entrava nel quello è.
Bye, Angela. Bye. You should be doing the
something similar to
Hi everyone. I would like to ask you please so that you can start taking your seats. There's still a few people that are finishing the videos, but I would really appreciate that everyone can already start so that in a while we can go online. Okay?
Blah, blah.
Yeah, we wait 2 more minutes, okay? I'll make it. I will try to be as brief as possible. Because we will forget the blueprints, but I think I'll skip some of them so that we have longer time. So just before you talk, just before we can already leave it on
Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah.
Sorry? What?
It worked?
So I can we can do it. Okay. I can ask you just a very, very brief introduction of 2 sentences from each of the projects, okay, so that people know a little bit more of who you are, because I think no one did that, and people want, yeah, the name I will say it, but you can just say, okay, my project is this, our main goal is, and then we can just lead to the, I have the questions that I sent you. Don't worry. But it doesn't mean that if you say something that I find more interesting, I change the direction, okay? Because we're dynamic and friends. Três. Okay, so I think we can start online. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the second part of the NEWSERA conference. Again, we are very happy to welcome you. For the people who have not been in the morning, we have been presenting the main results of the project, and now we are going to continue with the blueprints. Now specifically the one targeting industry and SMEs. Going on, as we really like to work on learnings from previous experiences, I'll try to be more brief on the presentation part so that we can have a little bit more of discussion on the roundtable. So I'll just skip probably some of the slides, but it's in order to give more attention to our invited guests. Again, we decided to have the names in the beginning instead of the acknowledgements in the end, because the project wouldn't happen if we didn't have our community of practice. So in all of the blueprints you will find people recognized, because this is one thing important for all of the projects, but also for ourselves. One of the things that we did in the project is we also had our own learnings, and we had the flexibility and to also include the learnings from an interactive approach for ourselves too. So I think this is also a good outcome. of the project, not only due to the pandemics, but also from what we gathered from the needs and challenges from our pilots. Very briefly, in the beginning, we shared an article that was published last week about the analysis of the citizens, the science of science communication of citizen science projects in Europe. We learned from that analysis is that the industry was the less stakeholder taking into account from the projects. And also this is one of the labs that we had in our project that had less projects, okay? So I think it's also important to recognize that, because from all the target stakeholders that we are going to listen today, probably this is still the one that is lacking more intervention and also acknowledgement from the own citizen science projects. So what do we want to achieve with the pilots that were working in this lab? Is not only to increase the level of social responsibility from industries, but we want industries to understand the potential, also the economic potential, not only the social potential of the citizen science projects, but in order to innovate, in order to create other research questions, other products and services that can enlarge the action, the scope of action of companies. So there are different challenges. I had changed the presentation and it didn't update it, but it's okay. There are different challenges. Some of them related, for example, for a lack of common language between the projects, a lack of recognition of the value of the citizen-generated data that was also mentioned in the morning. Also, the fact that the projects most of the times don't communicate their results or the process of the project and only focus on the final results. And this is very important because it will be connected with the next blueprint about journalism. So during this lab, we have, I think, probably a most focused approach, or the results that will be also in our recommendations, very focused on the journalism side and how you can use media and targeted media to reach the industry. So it's a very important point of this, what you will find on the content of these blueprints. So there are different targets that can be included: industry, private companies, SMEs. One of the things that came out also in our lab was the third sector, or even considering, for example, citizen science for tourism sector, no? So again, we did it with these projects. We have different topics in common. So some of them worked with water, either fresh or salt water, which is something that also is common from the projects that are here on the table. Other ones related to either flora or fauna, and another one that is a DIY lab. So here you will find some examples of the strategies used. A lot of them were related to find, for example, ambassadors or a specific spokesperson to relate, to have the right message and also represent the community with the companies. Very much also on how for example, how you could use the citizen science for leisure and recreation area, very much also on gathering clients for training activities, to better understand the scientific process, or for example, another one was related with team building activities on the outdoors. in relation to the specific messages, so one of the things that you will find on this specific blueprint is we really wanted to give hints on how to convince industry on why to connect to citizen science. So I think this is what you will specifically find in these messages. Again, there was a real need of always trying to find the win-win situations, mutual benefit from the beginning, which is something relevant also from the process that we used in NEWSERA, to create this trust relationship during time, which is also will be very important in the journalist's side, create a shared agenda, and also making it valuable to the company on how they can work on new innovative products and services with the help of citizen science. So I won't focus into this. Again, I already mentioned in the beginning a few of the barriers relating to the mitigation strategies. One of the things that came out, for example, was the importance of using LinkedIn as the target channel to get to industry, and also to go where the industry is. Very much also the importance of informal meetings, no? Like also, even though today is a formal event, we are also providing a space for informal networking. So I think this idea was something very important to gather from this blueprint. Again, the part of the spokesperson, it was very interesting because in the last lab we had someone from Canada. So we had the experience of the First Nations and the idea of also selecting or understanding who can be the leader of the community, who can interact with, in this case, industry, but it could also be other stakeholders. I think it's very important. The main recommendations, one is to map industries to understand the different typologies that I mentioned in the beginning. So really try to understand what are their needs and present more than focusing on the problem, present solutions, no? Also establish the rules of the game. There was a lot of debate on conflicts of interest also. Very important also is to convince, is to show successful case studies in order to generate trustworthy relationships. Trust is a word that is coming out a lot today, and it will be until the end of the day. Being proactive, and also plan very well your actions. As you heard from other pilots during the day, we worked a lot on establishing a work plan for projects to implement. So it's very important that you have, from the beginning of your project, really understand what is a segmented target audience and work towards that. Involve industries with social commitment and also network with sister citizen science projects. And related to this one is one of our successful stories, which wasn't also planned from the beginning. So as you know, the problems that we face nowadays are not specific from a specific location. In this case, in the Iberian Peninsula, and in case you don't know, most of the rivers that exist in Portugal are born in Spain. So we had different projects from the different countries, and we started to realize that some of the methodologies were not in common. There was a problem on validation. A lot of the challenges were common. So we tried a little bit to push the creation of this working group that was increased to 17 other projects around the peninsula, who are now gathering in working groups, and we hope that, and we also are trying to push on that is that we have specific funding for cross-border challenges where citizen science can be key to solve. So this is also our way to pledge for that in this event, because there is currently no funding specifically for this kind of approaches. Okay. So now I'll give turn to the roundtable, and with us we have Silvia Merino from the Institute of Marine Sciences, from the National Council of Research. We have Filipa Bessa from the University of Coimbra and the Marine and Environment Sciences Center. And Sonia Lingan from the Institute of Marine Sciences at the CIC, which is the equivalent to the Italian Council, and Andrea Comaposada from an Leeds company. So just one thing that I would like to mention is that Andrea and Sonia did not work in the industry lab, but they constitute an example from the relationship between a company and a public center of research. So we thought it would be good to have them here today also to show this further step of a successful project that is working in this relation. So thank you very much for coming. And what I would like to ask in the beginning is if you can just simply tell the audience what is the main goal of your projects, and then I can start with a few questions that I have prepared, okay? So if you want to start here.
Hi. Well, as Joana said, I'm working at the Institute of Marine Science in Barcelona. We are researchers, and we found that there was a lack of data in marine biodiversity in urban areas. And that's why we thought with Anelidas, here is my colleague Andrea here, that we can use citizen science to obtain this data because, well, researchers, governments, and so on thought there is nothing to study there, there is no life in urban coast, so it's not worth it. And we proved that they were wrong.
Hi everyone, my name is Andrea, I am a biologist and I am the CEO of Anelidas. And in Anelidas we work to promote marine conservation through education, communication and citizen science projects. And we carry out two citizen science projects, Posidonia Activa and Urban Mar Bio, that we focus on this project. And we will explain that we investigate with citizens all the marine biodiversity in Barcelona, as Sonia said.
Hi, I'm Silvia Merlino, I'm physics, and I'm working in, already said, in Italy. And my project, Sea Cleaner, started 10 years ago and deals with the marine litter problem pollution, particularly the plastic one. And on the beaches, but not only, also in the deep floor and with several different kind of activities. So not only surveys, but also experimental activities and technological part. And the focus is the citizen science approach, so involve citizens association and students, university students and also high school students in these kind of activities.
Hello everyone, I'm Filipa Bessa from Portugal and from the Marine Science Center of the University of Coimbra. And we have a similar project, it's a sister project, let's say, related with the marine plastic pollution as well. But we tried to implement it in Portuguese because our target was the children. So it's called Lixo Marinho in Portuguese. And our goal was indeed to map the occurrence of plastic pollution on beaches and gather this information and mapping all the materials that occurs in the beach.
Thank you. So as you see, there is a common theme here, which wasn't on purpose, but a good coincidence. So considering your projects are related to marine environments, so how would you consider in each of your countries the level of awareness of the industry towards the objectives of your projects? And how could citizen science benefit their business models? Yeah, please go ahead. Yes, sure.
So in our experience and within the NEWSERA, I think that we had, the most difficult stakeholder. And indeed, the industry, my target was the plastic industry. So even there, I was too ambitious because I targeted not only the producers, but also the recyclers of plastics in Portugal. And they are indeed aware of the issue of plastic pollution. So I think that, okay, even nowadays we know that they are even the guilty industry, so they have a bad reputation to this topic. So at the beginning they were a bit, not resistant, but a bit not confident to open their doors to our project. But then they recognized that citizen science could be useful, at least for some of their activities, even though it was really hard at the end to implement those of our ambitious initiatives. But they were aware of the issue, but they do not found a clear relation with citizen science. For us, it was even important to translate the concept of citizen science to the industry. They were not aware at all of this concept.
See, yes, we have some problem too with several companies in some of our projects, but one and a good final, come si dice, and happy end. And so we had a contact mediated by NEWSERA with a small manufacturer of plastic objects, in particular objects that are called pellet. If you know, are the small balls that are present in many of our beaches, and ball of different polymeric type, which form the basis of all the production products of plastic objects. So these pellets are dispersed during transport and storage, and are one of the most widespread visible microplastic on our beach and on the sea. And from the discussion we had with the person in charge of these small enterprises, we realized that many of them are not aware of the problem related with this dispersal, the dispersion of these small objects. And so they do not consider them an environmental damage, and they having never posed the problem. Therefore, they do not adopt means and strategies to limit their losses. All this led us to the idea of increasing in our project, so in CCleaner, in the website, and also a lot of activities and action dedicated to spreading the knowledge about these objects and the problem associated with their dispersal. So we have started a collaboration with the Environmental Association from Legambiente, that is the biggest environmental association in Italy, to other less known, to collect, study this object on many Italian beaches. So we launched the Italian Pellet Watch, and from the point of view of research, with these citizen science activities, we collected a lot of data information about this pellet and their dispersion. And from the point of view of communication, the website prepared a page dedicated to pellet, post activities, app, and so on, and disseminated through social network and other means. and documentaries, and so on. And with the enterprise, we prepared a sort of behavior chart dealing with the problem of this pellet in marine environment, and we hope that this behavior chart will be diffused inside other small enterprises. So this was our experience. Enterprises does not know a lot of environmental problems connected with plastic, and they produce plastic but don't know the problem of their product. And so I think that we need to increase the communication strategy to specific for some of these producers. This was my experience. I don't know other probably, but these have an happy end.
Well, in our case, it's a little bit different because our stakeholder is not enterprises industry. Our target audience is really citizens. But the thing is that, well, even that I am a scientific communicator, I was not in the position to reach wider audience because I don't have like the proper tools. I have the social media channels from my research institution, I have the website and so on, but it's very corporative. And I didn't have the ability to connect with the wider public, so we thought, okay, we can start from zero, like creating social media channel for our project, etc., or we can partner with someone that already have access to these people, and this someone is Andrea and its company. So we thought maybe we can reach to leader enterprises that are already working with people doing like environmental and education and communication activities, so maybe we can reach with these leader companies, institutions, etc., that they have already a database with full of people that could be interested in participating in Urbamar Bio, that already have social media channels with a lot of engagement and so on. And luckily for us, Anelidas found this project interesting. But also we reach all these leader enterprises always thinking, okay, what can I offer to you? I can offer you visibility through my channels and so on, but we will always try to tell them, okay, this could be a new kind of business for you. You will get more clients, you will get more money, so we are always trying to do that. Actually, in Urbamar Bio, we are partnering with Anelidas, but with other projects, we are partnering with other environmental and education leader enterprises around the coast of Catalonia. It's a model that is working a lot for us, so we did like the scientific part, like we provide the citizen observatory, we analyze the data, we validate the data, we engage people within the platform, so once they have uploaded pictures and so on in the platform, we talk with them, we help them to identify the species and so on, but all the engagement outside the platform, so how to recruit people, it's Anelida's job, and it was really, really useful for us.
Yes, yes. We created the Urbamar Bio, the project, in 2016, and we were surprised that there are a lot of biodiversity in Barcelona, and we organize these kind of activities. We organize snorkeling, we organize scuba diving activities, and in all of the activities we give all the participants the underwater camera, the wetsuit, and all the material, the underwater material to do the activity. And this is a good activity, no, because it's an example to have fun and also collect data that it's perfect to do. And we organize all kinds of activities with schools, with young people, with companies, and this is our part, no? All the engagement and the communication strategy. If you want, we can explain later, no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I just want to add that one thing that convinced at the end a lot of SMEs is that we offer them to be part of our European project. So for example, Anelida is one of the partners of an European project, and we have two other leader enterprises being partners in another project, so we can provide from them like money and networking and so on. And this is something that they are really interested into. Yeah.
Thank you. So one of the things that I would like to mention, especially for the audience that is at home or that is not specifically involved with the NEWSERA project, is that we had projects that were already running for a long time, ones that were pretty new, and also, as you can even see here, there was a big diversity on adapting channels. Some of the projects were already very good on targeting one of the stakeholders, and others weren't considered. And for example, I think in terms of industry, some of you didn't work with the industry before, no? So I think that is a great accomplishment to enlarge the scope of the projects in this sense. So I would like maybe we have a little bit more than 10 minutes, okay, just so that you know. So I would like to ask 2 more questions. So one is, you already outlined a little bit, so what are the biggest challenges that you faced in implementing your communication strategies towards this stakeholder, and how did you overcome them? Yeah, you can start there.
So again, I was too ambitious too in my proposal. That was an innovation contest to the industry. So imagine at the beginning we were very ambitious and very happy to, well, the idea sounded good for us at the beginning because we intended to pass the message that plastic pollution could be also a new material. So not only to avoid pollution, but also to recreate a new business or a new ecosystem for industries. And the plastic pollution industry is very large. The plastic value chain, well, starts from the producers, but then there's a lot of industries connected. And I was very ambitious. But then to implement a truly competition, I was, I needed sponsors to prepare this innovation, and I was alone in the project in that period because it was in the middle of the pandemic and all the issues related to that. And then I asked him, and I went to ask directly the help of some national entities, and they were not very open to prepare an innovation contest related with this topic because they thought that it was really not the first step to embrace and engage with the industry. But then suddenly the industry gave us some stage, let's say, and they start with us a really nice relationship by being more close to not only the topic of plastic pollution. They were aware and they know that plastic pollution is actually a topic that is globally now seen as hard to solve. But they are, at least in Portugal, the national industry wants to change and rearrange the way they are seen by the society by implementing new sustainable projects, including, for instance, they prepare some projects related with better plastics, where citizen science and science per se are included in their models. They want to know more from the scientific community and how science, and in this case also citizen science, can help them changing the paradigm of the plastic issue.
And you, for example, you have done capacity building for companies related on this.
Yeah, so we started a series of capacity building initiatives. They invite me for several conferences for the industry where all the time I mention citizen science, even though we did not implement anything together, but they are now almost close friends. So they invite me all the time to their ecosystems, and sometimes it's hard to be there because some are very conservative. The plastic industry can be divided by the new innovators and the old people.
The traditional.
Yeah, the traditional. That's ask me all the time, can you live without plastics? And oh God, again, that question. But indeed, I think it was a good start. And I never imagined to be involved with the industry and the plastic industry in that way. And it was the first and the big, I think, well, the most important part of this experience was that relationship.
Silvia?
Yes, the plastic problem is a well-known problem, and all people have on the mouth, also the industry, etc., like as Philippa said. But returning to my problem of pellet, is one of the very less new problem of the most general plastic problem, because they are at the starter chain of plastic production. They are not macroliter or microplastic, and so this problem is not is very few spread and diffuse, and so our biggest challenge in this project have been to build this behavior chart and to try that the company that start from this kind of plastic to build all the other kind of macroplastic, visible plastic, knew about this problem, because if they take caution in stocking and transporting the material, these pellets, the thing can change. But if they don't know that they have to change before, so to diffuse this problem among all the possible companies and enterprises that we can reach is a very important target that we have to do.
Yes. In Urbamar Bio, the most important challenge is to create and consolidate a community, a big community with citizens, because it's difficult to create. It's not easy, but consolidate, it's more difficult. And thanks to NEWSERA, we create a communication strategy, and a structured communication strategy, when we consolidate this community. And we also open, for example, one Telegram channel. And in this, we have never used this kind of channels. And we use this to announce all the activities that we do in the company, and it's really useful to do like this, no? The challenge is, no, to involve all the audience, but we use with different kinds of communication strategy. For example, Telegram channels, or if you want to.
No, I think that's all. Well, in our case, since Western Cutlery is not industry, we are kind of mixing things now. So I think that we can leave it here.
And you also, so I think you connected very well with the next question, because I would like to learn a little bit more of lessons learned, but I think you also focused on this now. And moving from there, I would like to know, so what are the implications of these lessons learned from the future actions of your projects now? So now NEWSERA is finished, but we hope we created a lot of seeds for you to continue on your own. So could you tell us a little bit what is your near future plans regarding the target audience?
I think that after establishing this relationship, maybe we are now at a moment of thinking about this competition contest, maybe in the near future. So I think that the first step was that connection. That takes time. And for us was not evident from the beginning that takes a lot of time, because time is crucial for the industries. And when I start approaching them by email, it was inefficient. I never get an answer. So then I knocked on the door and went to some events that I know that they were there. And the first approach is not easy because you present you as a researcher, scientist related with plastic pollution issues. So then those words are not a good presentation to then be involved with this public. So it takes a lot of time. And I think that this first step is now concluded. We are, as I said, almost friends. So maybe I can start thinking about something together related with citizen science and implement some data that they could use for, as I said, for reuse the plastic materials or incorporate a certain material that we can find easily on the beach, and they can use those information to introduce those materials in the economy. So I think that now we can start moving on in this relationship. Thank you.
The lesson learned, I can say that first of all is to use correct disseminate strategy of the news, especially the news that came, the result that came from research. So the example that I tell you before, and also other kind, not so with no an happy hand. For example, we have a not good experience with other kind of industry, not small enterprise, but big industry, because we perform experiment on bioplastic. So study how bioplastic degrade in marine environment, and the results are not so positive like they promote when they sell their product made by bioplastic. So it was a scientific and research published in a scientific journal. So, but the problem, so with peer review and all the verification and so on, but the problem is that some, and so we return to the next roundtable, some newspaper and so journalists diffuse this kind of result in a not proper way, and we have been stalked by a big enterprise, Italian big enterprise, producer of bioplastic, and this was a horrible experience. And so my lesson is, the lesson that I learned is to use correct diffusion of scientific results, and pay a lot of attention when you have to do with this word, because it's not easy. No, she has a better experience, but I have not in all the case a good experience with, not with small enterprise, but with big one, yes. They are shark.
Okay. No, our experience is with
there are no sharks in the Barcelona marine environment.
Yeah, it's easier to convince people, come to the sea, snorkel, you will see fishes and the sunny and so on. In our case, the lessons was that actually we are applying like the NEWSERA methodology with other enterprise partners, because that we found is like, okay, our agenda, like the research center agenda, is not always the same agenda that for a business. And we have to try to search and to find these common goals and to create this communication strategy that it really serves both of the partners and so on, and it's not always so easy. And NEWSERA was really, really helpful for us to do that, and it's something that we are doing then again with other leader enterprises, because yeah, you have to find this interest in the middle place and so on. It's not always so easy. And also we were not so eager to send press releases and so on because we thought, okay, maybe the press is not going to be interested in people scuba diving and snorkeling in the beach and so on. And no, at the end it was quite a surprise that they are interested. You have to find like the proper months, like in the summer and so on. They don't have a lot of news, so they are willing to publish this kind of things. And it has served us to achieve, like, to reach this wider audience, but also even governments and other industries. So a lot of stakeholders that we wasn't expecting to. So it was nice, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, to add, is a good relationship and put in common all the goals. And before the future plans, I want to explain that CITSCICOM and Arias 2 years ago published the first participatory guide of marine biodiversity in Barcelona. And there is not exist any guide, and it's like the main goal of CITSCICOM and Arias. And in the future plans, I think so that we work together really well, and it's the example of an academia and industry to work together, and thanks to NEWSERA to do all. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this all-women panel. And I give the floor now to Elisabetta Tola from Formica Blue, who has been leading the Science and Data Journalism Lab, and I would also like to ask the following pilots to come to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Eva, Silvia, Carlotta, and Alejandro. I don't know. Can I ask the 4 pilots to come to the Silvia, okay? Carlotta and Alejandro. You're also part of this table, right? You are? No, Alejandro. Yes. You're in 2 tables. You didn't know. That's good. Okay. Surprise. Okay, so. Thank you, Joanna. Okay, good. And good afternoon, everybody, also to the people who are following us online. So my name is Elisabetta Tola, and I am a science journalist. And given what we just heard, I would like to know how many journalists are in the room? None? Okay, another one. Thank you. It's usually very difficult to say that you are a journalist in a room full of scientists or activists or people working in research or in industries, because of course journalists are the people who are not to be trusted, and that's really the main point and the most difficult for one who really would like to work on building a relationship of trust with other people. So trust has been like the cross-cutting word that we used in many of these talks today and roundtables. And trust is also a very key word, actually, it's the key word in trying to build a collaborative effort between the citizen science project and journalists. And that was our challenge from the beginning in NEWSERA. That's why we decided to go with the idea of having a cross-cutting lab, the specific stakeholder, but like involving all the labs, all the projects, with the attempt to build a new concept, as Rosa explained this morning, in a new concept based on the fusion or interaction, integration between citizen science and data journalism particularly. So I will quickly go through the blueprint for journalists, and then we'll obviously leave more space for the roundtable and the contribution of our colleagues here. Again, as Joana explained, it's very important to remember who are the people involved in the community of practice we've been building. And the target audience for this particular blueprint are obviously the people who are proactively involved in communication. So mainly journalists, data journalists, press officers, communication officers, but also all the scientists, researchers, activists who are involved. I mean, today we are all producers of information as much as we share information, so we have to either produce content or decide if the content is to be trusted enough to be shared with our audiences. So it's very important in our case to work on this relationship of trust, and I know I will repeat myself a lot, I'm sorry, but it's extremely important that we keep this in mind also in order to understand which are the challenges we're facing and then the possible solutions, because solutions don't come at an easy price in this particular discussion. So especially because many of us have had not easy experiences that we will hear, and we have heard already from Silvia, for example, before. So what we wanted to achieve with this particular type of lab was really to try and find the right ingredients to create a relationship where a collaborative effort could be built a long time within the project, between the citizen science project and the journalist. And so it's very important when we speak about journalists that we also understand that there are many different types of journalists. Some who are more experienced in the field, so they are maybe more trained into science. I myself come from science. I used to be a researcher before becoming a journalist. Of course, I had to be retrained because you don't become a journalist just because you wake up in the morning and decide that you are a journalist, so I had to retrain completely. But at the same time, there are also generalist journalists, and they are very often very important because they are working in generalist media, and they are very often the ones who don't have the appropriate toolbox to actually face scientific issues. So it's very important that we try to build this relationship that will last in time. And the challenges, of course, are trying to combine, on one side, the rigor that science has and needs to respect, and the need to make the data and the science facts newsworthy and translated or told in a way that is actually telling a story to our audiences. Because, of course, journalism is not reporting in terms of scientific reporting, so it's not that we are writing something like a scientific paper. We need to find a completely different language and approach. We need to find a way to make sure that people relate to what we're telling. So that's our big challenge. And again, the targets, we already said that. What is really important, and it's different from the other blueprints, is in this case, we try to involve all pilots. So we did 3 labs, 2 rounds of labs were done online, and 1 was done in person in Barcelona at the end of November, with just a small selection of pilots. But all pilots were involved in trying to find their way to relate with journalists. Some of them had already experiences, and some didn't. So it was also interesting to see which of the pilots wanted to accept the challenge of building something that's a further step on, which is a piece of data journalism, not only to translate your story in a news, but to actually apply the practice of data journalism, which means basically use the data produced and generated by the project to craft a story which is data-driven. So we try to do that by involving 10 science and data journalists in the 3 countries that have been focusing: Italy, Spain, and Portugal. Again, a challenge was also the language, because of course, even if we select a community of people able to exchange things in English, then we have to craft our stories for very specific audiences using national languages. So these were all things that we have to deal with. And again, we try to start by identifying which were the good practices. This is a little bit of a different structure of a blueprint compared to the other ones, because in this case, we didn't co-create a communication strategy together with the project, but we tried to work together with the project to see how to generate, advance this concept of citizen science data journalism. So the idea was trying to understand, first of all, needs and expectations of both communities, the citizen science project and the journalists, and then try to find which ingredient really would allow us to get to the final point, that of crafting some communication output that would reflect the position, the points of view, and at the same time would respect the real needs of both communities, okay? We have a lot of barriers, and we try to find a lot of mitigation strategies. They all came out from the co-creation labs that we've been doing, so it's extremely important that we mention some of them very briefly. The first point that people need to understand when we talk about journalism is journalists are not working on their own. They're very often involved in industry as well, so we have a similar issue that is similar to the previous roundtable. You might be a very well motivated journalist, but then you have to sell to your editor the story, and the editor has the final word on who is deciding on how to publish the things, how to distribute them, when, for example. So setting the agenda is not something that is really easy to do, both for the project and for the journalist. There are a lot of issues regarding the methodological issues, because of course, again, comparing the scientific methodology and the journalistic methodology and trying to find common points where you can set a timeline, where you can proactively collaborate, it's not easy. There is this issue of lack of trust. I repeat myself, but it's very important, and finding a narrative. That's a very important point, because what is very obvious as a narrative for a scientist, it's not obvious at all for a journalist, and less obvious even for the different type of audiences we talk to. So finding the appropriate narrative, it's extremely important, but sometimes if we don't collaborate in a proper way, you end up in a story like that Silvia said. Of course, for a journalist, it's a fantastic story that researcher can say that bioplastic are not as bio as they, as we perceive. And of course, where there is a controversy, from a journalistic point of view, that's the perfect story to sell. So again, we need to be very careful, not to damage the people involved, but to find a narrative that can be strong enough to actually go ahead with the story. There is an issue that we haven't touched upon until now, but it's extremely important when we go to talk about communication, which is the property of the data. Because of course, the issue for data journalists is that we need open data to work on. And so if the data are owned by a project, which is perfectly legitimate, of course, but if they are owned and they're not open, then it becomes very difficult for the journalists to actually understand what's in that data. So unless you find a way to basically share the data and see how together you can actually read the data to find the appropriate angle, then it becomes extremely difficult to do the next step. And you end up in the situation where you actually just give the journalist the last bit, and the journalist will definitely go for the controversial bit, because they haven't been part of the interpretation of the data. And then what we have found, again, it's the importance of exclusivity. Okay, that's in journalism, again, I say it's an industry, so you don't want to share the story with all of your competitors, right? And there are ways around this. It's not that you have to be in exclusive use of that, but again, they need to be very open and very transparent about that. And then the training needs. Journalists need to be trained, scientists need to be trained to understand each other. Sorry, I went too fast. Okay, some recommendation. So our experience is that, and it came out from the co-creation lab, a lot of these, it was a very heated lab, I can tell you. A lot of discussion, which I think was extremely useful, because really lots of things came out, and we could really establish a sort of a common language and a common space. We tried to find a sort of a table where we could put together the ingredients we find could resolve some of the problems. One of the things is really the relationship should be built from the beginning. There is no point in entering at the end of the process, but it's really important to find a solution where you actually start the collaboration very early on, sometimes even before you have the results, because sometimes the collaboration between a journalist and the project might even help the project to see what kind of a story they could focus on when they're trying to reach a specific audience. And of course, on the other side, lots of these careful interpretation that Silvia was relating to before, like understanding all the rigorous differences, might be easier to be transmitted and shared if you do that in time instead of getting at the end. So the common language is a very big important issue, the relationship maintained in time as well, and also the idea that sometimes you might have to accept the idea of an exclusive relationship between the project and the journalist, particularly when we talk about a very big, important project. You might be able to involve a specific media, for example. They will promise you that they will give you a lot of space in their publication, but of course they want the story for themselves. The open data issue, that's a very big issue, but I think this relates a lot as well with what we are hearing on the other side from the European Commission and at all European level, even in NEWSERA and ENJOI, which is the project I coordinate, we have been asked to commit to keep all the data and the results in an open format. So again, to use formats and ways that allow the data to be read, not only by the specialist, but also by the journalist, it's a way to go. And we actually heard we had a public event in Barcelona at the end of November in a joint event with NEWSERA and ENJOI, and there was the presentation of some experiences of using the data to create a sort of data commons. So to make sure that the data that's produced by project might be part of a common good and something that will be considered something that is really, by right, something useful for the entire community. So there are ways, of course, to go in that direction. And then to be very aware that not all stories fit the same audience. Some stories are for very specific audiences, others are for broader ones. There are more recommendations, of course, the fact of combining a compelling narrative with rigor. We don't want to lose rigor when we do a good scientific journalistic story, but at the same time, there has to be a compelling narrative there. And there are some other ideas, for example, the idea of embedding a communication expert in the scientific project from the beginning again. Then, of course, because journalists love having parties, and I think the projects as well. So there was a final recommendation, which was look for opportunities to meet and discuss in informal setting, not only during formal meetings, but also to have a lot of easier chat and talks where the discussion can even become heated sometime, but can be eased by the fact that you've tried to find a common ground. So yeah, we kind of agreed on the idea that the co-production of a journalistic story is a challenge worthy to be undertaken, not an easy challenge though. So as a successful story, most of the project actually ended up with some product. So we try to find also different ways to do that. Not all the project ended up having a data journalism story. These are the 4 projects that have been published as data journalism story. But then we also had other publications in other type of outputs. So we had a more traditional but long story. We had podcasts. So I really want to say that even with all the difficulties, I consider in general a success the fact that we managed to get a lot of the pilots, not we journalists, we together managed to actually co-produce some journalistic stories that have been then published and shared with our audiences. So I will stop here for the blueprint, but I would really want to go and give time and space to the people who are representing the pilots. So Carlotta Indiano from Roma App, Carlotta, Eva Monteiro from Censos de Borboletas, I'm sure I pronounce it not properly, but okay, Silvia Gisondi from INNAT, and Alejandro Sanchez from Cities at Night. Since we already heard what INNAT and Cities at Night are as a project, I suggest that Carlotta and Eva give us, in a couple of minutes, the description of their project. Maybe we can start from Carlotta and then Eva.
Okay, good evening, thank you. So I represent the pilot Roma App, that is a scientific environmental project. I'm from this association called ASUD, based in Rome. So we do environmental monitoring of several metrics, especially air, soil, and water. But I have to precise that we start from an assumption that environmental justice and environmental and the social justice are the same, like they are the same face of a medal. So basically, what our latest goal is environmental justice. So every type of monitoring we do is in order to achieve environmental justice in a geographical area. We work on Rome specifically, so this is the name RomeUp, that is at its third stage right now. We started like 4 years ago, and we are monitoring quality of air in some area where there is environmental conflict. For example, in Valle Galeria, that is outside the city center of Rome, there are a lot of problems with dumping and incinerator garbage. So the quality of air is really poor. We do monitoring of the quality of the air there. Or for example, with the rivers of Rome, the Tevere, the main river, that is quite famous, while Aniene is less famous, but still we found evidence that there is a several problem with pollution of the water. But as I said before, our main goal is to contribute to the civil and social battle on the ground. So we produce basically data together with the local communities, and we talk about extreme citizen science. So we develop projects together with the people, the local communities. We monitor with them the metrics, and we produce data together. So it's maybe a little bit different from citizen science, but in the end, the process has weakness, of course, but in the end, produce a more democratized data, I guess. So.
Thank you, Carlotta. Eva?
Hello, my name is Eva. I'm from the project Census de Borboleta, which is a part of the European butterfly monitoring scheme, which is a very big citizen science project in Europe. It's in some countries, people monitor butterflies in the same places for more than 30 years. In Portugal, we started in 2019, and we already have more than 60 places where people count butterflies.
That's very nice. Thanks, Eva. So maybe the first question I want to ask is really related to your experience within the project. So let's say in these 3 years in NEWSERA, all of the projects have been somehow related to some of the journalistic activity, and I would like maybe you to share with us what's, from your point of view, what was the experience, and if in particular there's something that is that made this kind of relationship with journalists interesting or important for one reason or the other. We will go then later into the critical point, but we start from how your experience was. Maybe we can start from Aleksandra.
Well, our experience is very good in terms of we got a lot of media attention, sometimes even a bit
too
much. And even we didn't got in trouble, but we could have got in trouble. Was a bit intense and scary. It's curious in terms of things that you think that, oh, this is a super result. For example, we found that the first explosions on nighttime lights on Ukraine and the blackout of Kiev, and that only appeared in one TV, and that we gave them the exclusivity but didn't appear anything anywhere else, and we thought, oh, this is a super story, and not so much. And other topics in Spain, because of the energy crisis and that, well, we were like 3 months appearing every week in the TV. And a lot of experience, no? Very nice, the workshops about for example, about the blogs, no, the podcasting, and always, it's another field, a different kind of industry, no? The journalist, and it's very interesting always to see how the style of the journal or the TV is different, that you have to really know to who you are talking, no? So it's really very, very interesting.
Okay, maybe we ask Silvia.
relationship in general with journalists was really positive in a way, because it makes you think of your own project from a different point of view, let's say. That means that, as Alejandro was saying, that basically what you think is a huge news and wow, this is super cool, maybe it's not that cool, or at least it's not that cool as you put it, but it could be cool as they help you put it. So in this sense, the help was huge, because, for example, also in the description of how to build up a news, is basically the opposite of what we think of when we think of this is something cool. And so this really helped us in knowing how to make things appear as we perceive them. And so also for non-scientists, so for non-professional scientists, that means that we can catch more audience in a way. So it's really positive in this sense.
Carlotta, what was your experience?
Firstly, when we started the project, we started working with the local community, so the relationship was also with local journalists. So we received a lot of attention from local newspaper, and we started to engage with local investigative media, while on the national level it's like a little bit more difficult. The fact is, we always try to communicate our data, because since the fact is we try to help community to have leverage on policymakers' accountability. We elaborate the data together, and then we elaborate also the news together. So we go out together, and in this way, it's like the news is already there. It's already there. For example, for the problem of the dust dumping in Valle Galeria, everyone were talking about this problem. But from which point of view? Okay, there is this problem, we have to do something. And we started to monitor the air quality together with the community, and then we started a new relationship with the local journalists that ask us, okay, you have solution. Let's write also about that, not just about the problem, but let's talk about what can we do. So in this way, it is positive. On the fact that we have to communicate scientific data is a little bit more difficult, because I don't know if like the people, it's very difficult for people to understand, for example, if they do not participate to the process, what is NO2, for example. So you have to make it easier, and it's the association that has to make it easier for the journalist, and non vice versa. So basically, this is still an ongoing process.
What about you, Eva?
I think butterflies are sexy. So it's,
they make a story for themselves.
So it's easy to have people interested in a story about counting butterflies. And so we made some press releases, and normally we had interest from journalists, and even when we are not going after the journalists, they come to us, because some journalists, because they if there is some special event like the Biodiversity Day or a news about the decline of insects, normally they come to us. And I think it was important to participate in the labs in NEWSERA to know how to pass the message. But anyway, I think it's butterflies are easy to sell.
They're easy to sell. Well, they're less controversial, at least
Yes.
at the first sight, right? So I'd like to see a little bit. So 3 of the projects are the ones who actually ended up with a data journalism article published, because both the Italian project and also Cities at Night and Census de Borboletas ended up in a very big reporting article who actually won a prize, the European Press Prize. So, I mean, all 4 of this project have ended up with a long and big publication, let's say, with a lot of data as well. So I'd like to start again the round and asking from Alejandro, what was in your experience the relationship? I know, for example, you have been working with Ali Vivas, a Spanish journalist, and the group of working on the data and trying to find which data, how to select the data that were going to compose the story and so on. Can you tell us a little bit about that process? How do you dealt with her and the team, and how did it work?
Well, it was hard in terms of, first you have to explain to the journalist exactly what is your project and know what they think is your project. Then, obviously, as science journalism is science data journalism is not journalism, so you really have to select something that fits there, and maybe not all what you do fits there. For example, what we were doing mainly is to produce calibrated images, and they are not so easy to process. So at the end, what we did is we went a bit around, and they got the data for us. And this happened to me several times already in my scientific career. And we helped them to interpret that data for the city of Barcelona, so we could know if the city of Barcelona was actually reducing the light pollution as they claimed, or very likely not. And that was basically the news. Was like, well, the city of Barcelona don't measure the light pollution, so we could do it with our images, but that takes is a full article and a lot of work, so we couldn't do it as fast as we would like to do it. We have that for Madrid, and that's it. And there's no more cities in the world with Milan and not many more that we have that data. So we couldn't go as fast and as far as they would like, but we found our way, no? We found our way, and instead of us giving them all the data, they used our images, but there was not the key point of the article. They collected data as regular data journalists, and we had them.
So that's an example of really collaborative effort, because you've been both working for the other party in a way. So, yeah. What about the Italian experience, let's say from Innat?
The start was based on lots of premises, because for the history of our project, it changed a lot during the years. So it's 9 years, as Aleksandra was saying before this morning. So the number of the targets increased during the years. So we started with 7, and now we are 40 targets. So that means that, first of all, we need to explain you what's going on here. And then one of the main points was explaining which were the coolest targets and which were the ones that we liked the most and why. Also because we are talking about a project about insects, so it's not so straightforward for everybody to not just to understand, but just to feel what is the topic inside. So and then we had to explain which were our favorite targets and which were the targets that were favored by all the people taking part to our projects. And this is what we did mainly in the first 2 meetings. And then we gave the journalists the tons of data we had. And in this case, it was okay, but it's always a matter of timing, because I believe that the journalists just wanted to make it simple in a way, but without the premises, the whole story does not make sense. And this is what we wanted to explain truthfully, but I believe that actually it took too much time in respect to what was expected. And then the result, I mean, I'm really impressed, and we loved the article that came out. And so we're really, really, proud of it.
Cool. Thanks. Carlotta, what was your experience?
Yeah. As Alejandro, we try to explain the data to journalists firstly, and then in January we publish a guideline, it's online on our website, where we explain how to do extreme citizen science. In this vademecum, there are not just guidelines to how become a vigilant for the climate, but also how to have access to data. And this is very important for not just citizens, but mostly for communicators and journalists, because sometimes they do not know how to find the data, like especially scientific data, because for example, most of the environmental agencies do not publish often. So you have to search in their website, you have to do deep search. And journalists, as you were talking about journalists, so especially them, they do not know where to find. It's a very new topic. So we created these guidelines, and you can see how to have access to data. So the data has to be open. You can request them, for example, through FOIA, that is a Freedom Access Act. So we gave them some tools to do themselves the research.
And because you also published the article at the end, so Roma had a published article.
The vademecum, is published. The article, several articles are going out right now, like one yesterday, another one next week on local investigative media about the data on Aniene, because last year we found very bad data about Tevere. Now the situation is almost the same, but regarding the Aniene, it's worse, like very bad data, scientific bad data, and it's very hard to explain this kind of, especially because you have limits. So you have to explain what are the limits, what are the norms, and why the limits are not respected. And now we are doing this job with this work with this specific journalist, trying to make this data accessible through articles that you can find on local newspaper.
Eva, what was your process of collaboration?
In our case, as I said before, they contact us because it was the Earth Day, I think, 22 of April, and they knew already about the project, Census de Borboletas. And they wanted to do something about this because we had talked in the launch of the project, and so it was like we had a phone interview, and also I have sent them the data and written also some questions they asked us, and it was about the number of places which were being monitored, and also the percentage of butterfly species which are threatened in Portugal. And they did a very good work with infographic with the data we sent them, and they won a prize.
Yeah, it's a beautiful article. You can find it linked also from the blueprint and from the website.
And also they put, I think they also consulted our website, and they put we have like a pamphlet with 60 butterflies, and they used the real image of the butterflies, and only one thing that was not so great is because when you open it's an online news is on the biggest paper of Portugal, which is Público, and but when you go, the news starts with a butterfly which is not from Portugal, animated.
See, that's a very good example of lack of rigor. Sometimes, you want to have the effect, and then you miss the scientific bit. Yeah. So starting from you, Eva, and then we do a quick round. I think we have 5 minutes, left. So maybe really quickly, but it's important. One thing that from you is a critical point, like this one, and one potential solution, because we discussed about many ways to address the issue of how to collaborate in a trustworthy way.
For us, it's not the first time this happens. Sometimes we release a news about some threatened grasshoppers or something, and you put the press release and the photos, and you say, please use our photos. Now, the first time we didn't know, so we put the press release, but we put the photos, but we didn't say, you can use it, and you don't have to pay any from the rights of image. So they would put some other grasshopper, not from Portugal. So now we try to, when we release some news, we also give them indications about what is important for us. So maybe we send photos with the press release, and we ask the journalists, please use these photos, because these are the real grasshopper we are talking about.
This is a huge point. I just want to underline this. I'm a chief editor of a magazine as well, and if you don't have the right license to use images, of course you don't, because you end up paying very big fines. But the point is that very often you receive interesting content without images, and there is no point in telling you today that in digital journalism, if you don't have an image, you don't do anything. So it's super important to provide images if you have them available, and sometimes the people doing the research are the ones who actually have the best images. So thank you, Eva. Alejandro, one critical point and one potential solution.
Well, I already said this that many times you think that something is going to be huge news and it ends not being so much. I think sometimes it's impossible to know. Depends a lot on the public agenda of how many news about Ukraine are appearing that day. If the Queen Elizabeth dies, then your news end of the thing. I think that you have to be adapted, and you have to know that's a solution. Know that journalism works like that, and you cannot do much more. And the other thing is, it's good to have good contacts, no? First of all, I have now good contacts on 2-3 national TV journalists and several online papers, and I think that really helps.
Absolutely.
At the same time, it's difficult for us as public employees, this embargo business, because I think feels a bit odd for us, no? It's like, why am I going in this exclusively to a private company, no? But if you want to have impact, sometimes you have to play that game.
Thank you, Alejandro. Carlotta, from your point of view, one critical and one
critical point is the fact that since we stick with the local communities, most of the time we are seen as politicized, like we took sides. And this is something that sometimes came out with the articles, and this is it's not useful for the project, actually. And solution, having good contacts, so having the same contacts, calling always the same journalist, and that already is inside the project and can understand it.
And Silvia, you close the circle.
Wow.
Yes,
thank you.
You have the last word.
Basically, the most critical point is the one that I was mentioning before about the timing and the need for extreme synthesis and extreme resuming and summarizing of concepts. And so I understand that lots of premises is not good, and so you just want a sentence that synthesizes everything. And I'm fine with that, because of course we don't want to read to 20 lines to have one concept, of course, but these premises are essentials, and you cannot skip them. And so the solution would be that we as scientists can have these premises the shortest we can, so don't be too long on them. And on the other side, understand that it's not because we like to talk, and it's just because it's essential to give this information before. So if you want the scoop, you have to give the premises.
if you want to scoop, you have to wait and take your time to work. Okay, so I think we go back to that keyword, which is building a relationship of trust and working on that in a long term. And I think that's basically maybe one of the main messages we can leave. Thank you all, and congratulations also for the good work. And I give the floor back to Joana for the next presentation.
Thank you. I hope that the noise is not listened online and is not disturbing, because we have a little bit of construction work right now outside. I'll also try to be brief on this presentation. So why do we need another guide of science communication? We tried a little bit to focus on different cross-cutting topics that emerged during specifically the second round of our labs, and we try to be also very practical. So one of the things that wasn't mentioned in the morning, but I put a note to do it now because I think it's related, is that NEWSERA didn't have a cascade funding program. So all of the projects embarked this initiative with their own resources, both human and economic resources. So obviously what we found along the way is not only the need for the capacity building, but we also wanted to provide the tools for them to implement their actions and their work plan. So we tried also to adapt on that, and that's why I mentioned before the interactive approach that we also used ourselves, because we really wanted everyone to reach their goals. And I think Filipa mentioned in the beginning, there were a lot of projects with very, very ambitious work plans with a lot of actions and tasks foreseen, and we weren't interested in the quantity of getting all the checks done, but that there was a meaningful impact, at least for each and every of the projects. So this guide was already planned from the beginning, but again, as I said, we tried not to give another thing that is already out there, but try to give some topics that we thought that weren't already in other guides of science communication. So as I mentioned, we did a branch of capacity building and also a lot of training, both on formal training that also Cristina mentioned in the morning, that was applied both in the University of Lisbon and Padova. And we know very recently that the Faculty of Sciences in Portugal is already going to adopt this for the next years. So hopefully we can also have this content available for other universities. We also did an informal training together with FECIT and with a little bit of push of Ibercibis to spread the word. These ones are not available online. We would really like also to make them available on demand. So they're specifically related to social media, to podcasting, also with a little bit of gender perspective on science communication, because we also think it's very important. And also the part of specifically targeting policymakers, because this was first only targeted with one of the labs, and then we saw that it was a real need from all of the projects, so we did it a cross-cutting emergent issue. No, so these are all the tools that today we are presenting here, but they are also already available on the website, and we have been sharing them in Twitter. So for all the audiences that are there, all of this is published from today. So besides the blueprints and the guide that we'll see today, we also published this month a guide on how to tackle misinformation and the role that citizen science can play on this. So this one is also available. So again, we have different content. One of them is the methodology that we used that was very briefly mentioned throughout the day. So here we will find a little bit more detail on the methodology that we used from the beginning to have the work plans. So the idea is that for everyone who wants to replicate our methodology that was applied in 39 projects, can invite stakeholders to their projects and begin this like a roadmap too, with each and every single one of the different target stakeholders. So here we started with a SWOT analysis that's very used in project management. So we adapted it to science communication and also trying to embrace different perspectives in order to do this analysis. And from this, we would detect the opportunities and start to work on mutual benefits from both the stakeholder and the project in order to get then a specific plan with actions, tasks, milestones, the chronogram, or exactly how we do normally in any project. And as I mentioned, even though that we didn't have a funding for our projects, we encourage them, specifically the ones in Spain, because there is a national yearly funding call for citizen science projects in order for them to use this work plan for their communication actions, because it's one of the requirements of the call. So they would already have this opportunity. As mentioned also in the morning by Paolo, we also have defined indicators that we worked upon work from other colleagues and projects. This is also already available in Zenodo for everyone to use. We're also planning a publication that we will start working now that we have all the deliverables from the project. So some of the information is not yet there because we are planning on future publications as well. And you can find this, the article has already been published, is on the Journal of Science Communication, so you can find also the full methodology there. We did also, because one of the things our projects were more using, specifically also during the pandemics, was social media. So we gathered a short checklist for projects to use, which I won't go into details right now. And what I brought, because this wasn't before, but I put it in the morning, this slide. Because we also did, Maite showed one of our projects, the results from the analysis of Campal, which is a social media monitoring company, and they use this tool in order to look into communities, also following specific hashtags. So when we were giving this tool to the projects, we decided, okay, we are going to apply this to ourselves. I just show you this map because here we show a little bit the connections that we have with other projects funded by the EU. And I think for me a takeaway message from here is that all the projects funded by the European Commission have a specific work package on communication. And we do a website and we do a Twitter account, but I think we really need to make an effort into connecting all the different communities, and I would really like us to continue on this work, if Twitter allows us, the new owner. because I think we need to go a little bit beyond what we are already doing in social media, specifically the projects funded by the European Commission, into we can have a bigger community that is connected. So hopefully we will be able to continue working on this. So the other aspect that I was mentioning is the word that we talked, I think maybe it was the word most used after citizen science today, which is trust. And one of the premises of this project was that citizen science would themselves become science communicators. So the idea behind this is that not only by applying the scientific method, developing critical thinking, they are also making a local connection with their communities. And there are a lot of people that have been working specifically now on the different crises, either in the Ukrainian war, and people are now focusing, and especially the journalistic field, into seeing how we can have micro-influencers within their own communities. And we know, for example, a lot of the misinformation goes out on WhatsApp, and we all have groups with our families, with our friends. So if within this citizen science community, people can in some way permeate into their own close relationships, we believe that this can be a trustful way of tackling misinformation. And also, this is also connected with a blueprint from citizen science journalism, is that the fact that citizens are doing research themselves as citizen scientists is that they also become a prime source of information. No? And this is a direct way of tackling misinformation. So we worked this into different settings. So one, we did a citizen science communication lab. We connected directly misinformation with ethics. We had already started working with ethically sound projects from the beginning of NEWSERA. And then we also explored this more deeply in an event that we did in Barcelona that is also on YouTube that we call Data for CitSci News. And we have a lot of literature available that can be used, that is also published in Zenodo. We did participatory exercises with specific case studies that are inspired in real cases. And the one that we used specifically is a citizen science project connected with an ethical and political conflict. And we also had experts invited talks for debating this topic. So within the guide you will find this kind of checklist with 3 different areas. So how we can have ethically sound communication in citizen science projects, both in internal and external communication. So one of the things that we also found that was lacking was specific channels of internal communication within the projects. And also, of course, very importantly, the community building within the engagement during the citizen science projects. And you can find also a deliverable on this, and we have an article now that it's under review that hopefully will then give a little bit more information on this. So we also created a checklist based on the case study, and then we did an external validation with the people that were participating in the Data for CitSci News event. Here, some of the things that came out was, for example, connecting with the FAIR principles, also to act on the 3 different phases of misinformation, so within the production, dissemination, and consumption of any of the news. And again, the need to, for example, one of the things that I think also came out during the day was to include other systems of knowledge in the scientific process. Now I'm not sure in which of the blueprints the connection came out. And we have also a deliverable published on this. Very briefly, we also have a part of citizen science journalism. So this was a concept that we launched within NEWSERA, and we debated it in different areas. So first on a lab as well, on the conference in order to be a flagship for this new concept. And we also explored it in the exhibition that we'll see tonight. And we have new models with some surprises for the pilots that are here. Now I won't say anymore. So I think Elisabetta already also mentioned this before, and Rosa too. And I think one of the biggest values on citizen science journalism is, of course, you bring on the journalist perspective, and you can have a new way of conducting research and having new questions. So I think even when Aleksandra was talking about the Barcelona case, so if the data was not there and you start a collaboration with a journalist and there wasn't this question before, that is also a scientific input. And I think one of the things that can be explored with the journalists is that we can have new insights to change our own way of doing research. So this, mostly the content that you will find here, and I won't go into it, was from a training that we did in the first round of the lab. So the journalists that gave these trainings are also acknowledged as contributors, although they don't know yet. So here you will find the different phases that we work on. So first, specifically, how do you pitch a story? Some of the works that we did in this pitching session were published, and they are also in the guide. How you can transform citizen science-generated data into a news story. And you have a lot of hints here specifically on how you can work on the different phases. And then we have the recommendations that are part of the blueprint that is already how you can really advance on doing citizen science journalism. So we have the material that I had. We have, all blueprints have a section of references and literature that we published or that we also recommend for other European projects, and even some articles from our own pilots. We are now also looking into having our exhibition to continue to live after the project, so hopefully we will find partners that we can exhibit it in other different galleries. So this is a little bit of putting a little bit of flavor more for tonight. And I would like to thank the different partners, and I put here a picture of our colleague Leila Lagina, who is not here because she's on maternity leave. And I get emotional because we started working at the same time. And I just wanted to thank her, and also other people that I didn't put a picture, but from our team I would like to thank Blanca Gosh, Karina Matosinhos, and Carla Peruca for helping a lot in the last part of the project. Veronica, who did a lot of things in the background, and also Tanya for the event of today. And I will give the floor to the next section, which is going to be the what's next for the NEWSERA project.
I promise I'll be quicker. So it's me again, but in this case, under the hat of ENJOI Coordinator. So the ENJOI project that was basically born a year after NEWSERA, and it was inspired and built within NEWSERA. So some of the partners of the NEWSERA Consortium are actually also partners in the ENJOI Consortium. And many of the things that are dealt with within ENJOI, of course, come from the research we started in NEWSERA. Basically, we kind of came with the inspiration of focusing a project a little bit more on journalism, not only in this case citizen science journalism, but in general, the state of the art and the state of the health of science journalism. So ENJOI is a project that is one of the SWAF's projects. It's still ongoing. It will end at the end of this year. And it's been designed really with a strong focus on journalism, with the idea of testing engagement as a key asset to improve or to develop high-quality science journalism. Again, we took all the experience and of course, inspiration on the co-creation methodology that has been the core focus of NEWSERA and tried to apply that into ENJOI with different type of users and stakeholders in order to define a set of standards, principles, and indicators. Because what we found, and that was the initial indication, actually I'll go to the, oh no, I also updated my presentation, but there is something missing. Anyway, there was an infographic explaining this because the idea was to see how, at the moment, a person that is producing content or a person who's actually deciding how to share content, so a reader or, for example, a citizen scientist, a teacher, or anyone else who needs to judge the quality of content and before sharing it, how they can basically use principles and standards to decide whether that content is of high quality or not, whether it's something to be reliable, something that needs to be shared or not. So we found that there was a sort of a lack within the domain of science journalism, a lack of a system of standards and principles that could guide these kind of actions, and also of indicators to actually evaluate the quality of journalism in particular. So we decided to work on that, to define these kind of standard, principle, and indicators. I know it should be principles, standards, and indicators because we go with principle first, but we got used to this acronym, SPIs, and then we condensed them into a manifesto. And the final output of ENJOI is an observatory. I will tell you a little bit more. Anyway, these, obviously, I don't pretend you to read these. These are all available on the ENJOI website. These are the current state of standard, principle, and indicators that are divided into 3 areas. One area is really related to the ethics and the ontology of journalistic work. A second area is more focused on methodology and practice, and the third one is the relationship with the audience. So we try to basically get to a point where we had enough distilled content in terms of giving guidelines and indication to people who are producing content in order to see if they can judge the quality of what they're producing or what they're reading. We did that through 2 rounds of workshops, engagement workshop with different stakeholders, and then a round of engagement labs. So basically, the methodology was very similar to what we applied in NEWSERA, was a co-creation methodology in a sort of a circle. So from one workshop to the other, we kept distilling this list until we got to this final list. The list was then used to write up a manifesto, which is restating something that maybe for people who are already within the journalism domain seems very obvious, like, for example, being very careful with the sources or having a very strong independence when you're looking for new information. But it doesn't seem that obvious when we are actually looking at the result of the work done very often by the media, as we decided, we were discussing before. Our main focus particularly was also to see all of these in the Southern European region, so focusing on the work and the needs and the problems of the media within Italy, Spain, and Portugal, particularly, so the 3 countries where we focused a lot of our research. From restating some basic principle, we actually went to generating sort of new fruits. And so a lot of indication came out in this manifesto, for example, of giving a special value to open science, to open data, to the collaborative effort, to combining journalism also with investigation, and a number of other indications. So the manifesto is now also published on the ENJOI platform, on the ENJOI website, together with a first policy brief. We will obviously produce a second policy brief at the end of the project. But again, the policy brief was meant to give very specific indication to regulators, to funders, to people who can actually somehow have an impact and influence the development of a good journalistic practice in our countries. Coming from my country, you can understand how important it is for us to, for example, call for action and also for responsibility, also the actual, the regulators, the policymakers, in respecting, for example, independence of journalism, and not try to make sure that the media are their voice or are advocating for governmental, for example, positions, which is currently an issue. The final output of the ENJOI project will be, and is, we are already developing an observatory for outstanding open science communication. Again, it's a platform embedded within the ENJOI website. And the platform at the moment, again, we decided to build it in a sort of co-creative way. So we decided with the entire consortium to start with 3 sections. One section devoted to networking. This is, as we said again this morning in NEWSERA, it's not simply to have people meeting other people, but really trying to look into collaborative effort in a long-term way. In journalism, this is becoming a very important, crucial ingredient, particularly in investigative journalism. We have more and more collaborative long-term effort. So it's very important to bring that into science journalism as well, because these kind of projects have a better chance to produce high-impact journalism than just the on-the-spot news. So we want to use this platform to favor that, to make sure that people meet and maybe even develop ideas for future journalistic projects. Reference is a sort of a library specifically focused on materials that are useful for journalists. And again, I always want to add for people who need to use journalistic content, because that's the other important target, and toolbox. Within ENJOI, we also develop a number of innovative tools that we are at the moment developing as prototypes, and particularly with the help of FSCID, which is one of the partners. Christina is here in the audience, and Esther. And so we are prototyping tools that can be used for different type of targets, again, different type of journalists, and we are trying to see if we can validate these tools and see how to eventually bring them to a more mature dimension in the future. But you can already start looking at them through the ENJOI Observatory. One thing that I want to say before we close and before giving back the word to Rosa, of course, ENJOI is integrating with NEWSERA, but we also be integrating in the next project. I don't want to spoil anything, but it's very important because we think that having a very in-depth analysis, research, and action towards the different components of communication will definitely be the key, the road to make sure that science communication and, from my point, journalism, because I'm strongly passionate about the role of journalists in a democratic society, will mature and become really more effective and more impactful. Thank you.
Okay, so we are finally coming to an end. I'm very happy, in fact, to see all these amazing results that we achieved to have during NEWSERA. Yeah, a bit sad as Paolo, but no, because this is not over. We will continue working together. Can I have my presentation? Yes, and this is the spoiler that Eli was not doing. Because, as Aleksandra Hebda mentioned this morning, we have been working in the past years with all the 8 SWAF's 19 projects, which, for the ones that are not familiar with the Horizon Europe acronyms and topics, are the 8 projects funded to work in the science communication field. You have all the logos there in the bottom. So NEWSERA, PARCOS, Quest, Global Escape, Tresca, Resync, Concise, and ENJOI. And we have been working collaboratively very well because we wanted to
reuse knowledge, not reinvent the wheel, and build on each other's results, because we all were tackling the same challenges. No? So misinformation, trust, how to communicate better with different stakeholders, and so on. So we wanted to put everything together. And there was a topic that was to produce this European Competence Center for Science Communication, and we decided to join forces and go all together, the 8 coordinators, and prepare a proposal to continue building on all the results that we have produced in the last years. This is COALESCE. It's a bit difficult to pronounce, COALESCE. We have some English-speaking partners that are trying to help us pronounce it correctly. But this project is starting in April, so in 2 or 3 days. I don't know which day is today. Yeah, so this is never ending, as you can see, but the wheel will continue, and we will continue working on science communication, and it will last for the next 4 years. No? Yeah, 2013, 2017, no. 2023, 2027. So we are going to the future, not into the past. Okay. Yeah, we will be working all together. So the main aim is to build this virtual platform, the Competence Center for European Science Communication, but will be virtual, but also we will be doing a lot of face-to-face activities during the project. And we will put there all the results from the 8 SWAPS projects, so the NEWSERA findings, the ENJOI findings, and all the rest of findings. But not only that, we will be co-creating with communities that are interested in those results and producing better results, and producing toolkits, products, things that are reusable, are exploitable, and that can be replicable at all levels. Not only that, we will bring also or look for national knowledge as well, not only the European produced knowledge on science communication, but also at the national level, because we want to put as much resources, tools, and things together in the Competence Center for as many people as possible to use it and advance and learn more about science communication. If you remember, we had detected a very big challenge on capacity building and training, a very big need. So this hopefully will be like the central platform where all knowledge is gathered, produced at the European and the national levels. To gather the knowledge at the national level, we will be having national ambassadors, no? Kind of. That will be representatives in the countries that we don't have partners in COALESCE, so we are 13 partners, but we are not covering the Europe 27 or the UK or Ukraine. So we will look for these ambassadors to work in all the countries and help us also bring more knowledge into the Competence Center or co-create more knowledge. More things that we will do. We will create an academy for this capacity building. Also, we will work in this rapid mobilization of science communication in times of crisis, because we have learned a lot during the pandemic on how this science communication can affect our daily lives, our daily decisions, policy decisions, and many other decisions at all levels and our daily lives. And we want to contribute to produce evidences and also communicate these evidences in an efficient way in order to fight this misinformation, transmission, and so on, and be able to quickly produce these evidences in times of crisis and help also and connect with society in a better way. We will also try to do things a bit out of the box, like going, no? No spoil, okay. So you will see, okay. And next week, we will, well, next week, no, after Easter, we will be having our kickoff meeting in Rotterdam. So in the framework of the PCST conference, The kickoff will be on the 11th of April, and then we will be present in the conference having this roundtable, building a European Science Communication Centre with several speakers from the consortium, and you are, of course, all invited to attend if you are, will be there in Rotterdam. And, well, no spoiler, but I just want to tell you that there will be a lot of participatory activities during the project. We will be connecting with the missions, we will be connecting with university alliances, creating a lot of communities of practice, not building upon the communities of practice of the different projects and your own communities of practice. So just follow the project because there will be plenty of opportunities to get involved, okay? And I just want to finish with 2 more projects where we are involved because they are very relevant for the citizen science community. And I also want you to know them, follow them, and participate in them for 2 different reasons. First reason, IMPETUS. IMPETUS is providing money. Okay, in NEWSERA, as Joana mentioned, we didn't have funding for our projects. We just could go walk with them and be with you as much as we can, but we could not provide money. In IMPETUS, we are providing money, a lot of money, in fact, I think 2.5 million in total to a lot of initiatives. 100 initiatives, new citizen science projects will be funded in the next years. 25 ongoing projects in total will also be funded in the next years. And we just closed our first call for proposals 2 weeks ago or something like that. This is under evaluation. But there will be 3 more rounds. So in the years to come, if you have not applied, you have the opportunity to apply later. And hopefully you'll be one of our winners. And also, by the way, we are opening a prize also, the European Prize on Citizen Science, in different categories, outstanding achievements, diversity and innovative grassroots projects. This is also closed now, but you will have the opportunity in the years to come also to present your projects there. And if you are winners, you will not only receive some money in terms of funding, but we wanted to replicate a little bit and also build on other projects such as Action, the NEWSERA model, in the way that of this mentoring to the projects that are winning. So we will be building the IMPETUS accelerator that we call, and for the project selected for 6 months, we will be building a capacity building and training program, quite intensive with them, so that we can advance on topics such as impact or policy, measuring impact or policy impact or data journalism, or all these things that we need to become experts, ethics, open data, validity of data, I mean, anything that you can think of. And also the projects will have a mentor which is assigned to them, so that following a little bit the NEWSERA model, they can be with somebody and ask them questions and, you know, advance on their needs so that we can build the capacity. By the way, if you are interested in becoming one of the mentors, please contact us because we are currently looking for the mentors. Okay, so just tell us and we can provide you with the information. And the next and last project, probably you already know, but there's the European Citizen Science Project. In this case, this is continuing the European Citizen Science platform, the previous project, let's say. And the goal here is to make Europe the world leader of citizen science. It's quite ambitious, but we are trying to do that also in alliance with the American Citizen Science Association, the Australian one, I mean, we are trying to put all citizen science actors together. and also build capacity in here. So I really invite you to join the EU Citizen Science platform with your projects. You can create a profile if you are not there, put the information of your project or of your entity. There are forums, for example, where you can exchange information with similar projects. But also we will be improving a lot this platform during the next years so that we can increase the collaboration between the projects and building capacity as well. So we will bring some interactivity to the platform, and also we will be co-creating these new features with the communities. So also soon, a lot of participatory activities, workshops, and so on will start. And then I invite you, you are more than welcome to join and request or help us co-create what you want to see in the platform, for example, which is not there yet. And basically, there will be also capacity building and trainings and so on. And by the way, I forgot to mention that the ENJOI Observatory will be integrated in the COALESCE platform, hopefully soon. And yeah, thank you so much to all these projects, and I invite you to join them. And that's it. I'm done. I'm finished. This is no more slides. Okay. So just to finish, as you see, this is not the end. It's just the start of a very nice journey that we took together like 3 years and 3 months ago. And yeah, I would like to thank again all the partners, all the pilots. It has been a lot of work, but a very beautiful journey, I would say. And I think that we deserve some party after this hard work. So I invite you, the ones that are available, to join later at 7, the exhibition. For the exhibition, I would like to extend also the thanks from Joana to our team, to Isidora, which is now there, just putting everything in place, and to Julia, that was also helping with the design of the exhibition. So yeah, there would be a cocktail there, and probably we will go explore Brussels after that. So you are also more than welcome to join, and thank you so much for being here. And now you are released.